see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Y'all believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm I'm on a mission, I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress, I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress, I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. And today is the day where we're going to know which top 3 teams will be making it over to their regional PMNC and who has a chance to potentially make it right into PMPL. My name is Max, and I'm going to be one of your casters for today, but as always, I cannot do this job alone, so I'm going to be joined by my beautiful man here to my side. I'm saying the right side. The right side, it is Imperium. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, my friend. Hyped for the second day. We're already over we are halfway through, and we only have 5 more games now to determine the 3 teams and move on to the Africa PMNC later on in the year. So yeah, really exciting stuff. And you know, we said it yesterday, we're probably going to talk about it when it comes to the overall standings. We were both pretty happy with the level of aggression that came out for the teams yesterday, but I also now, coming in today, want to see learnings. I want to see a little bit of finer execution on some gameplays, because the standard needs to continue to raise.
That's the thing, like when you're looking at the pre-show from yesterday, we said it, we had a lot of questions, didn't really know what to expect from a lot of these teams and players. A lot of the questions have been answered right now, and I think that we got a lot of expectations that have been met. And some teams that show potential, we want to see, can they capitalize on that potential heading into today. We'll have to see. Of course, don't forget that the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thanks to them, they can power these amazing devices that the players are hopefully playing on.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I think that the teams towards the top are the teams using Snapdragon Elite Gaming powered devices. If not, towards the bottom, mate, can I tell you, you're gaming, you go full hardcore and you play with Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Has to be done. Look, you know, if you're not on the Snapdragon Elite Gaming device, what are you doing with your life?
Hey, Imperium, I heard that you play Uno, your pro game on Uno, on your mobile device, and it's powered by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. How good are the graphics on Uno?
So good.
That must be wild.
That +4. You know, all the frames per second when I lay down that card. Anyway.
I heard they even broke the 4th dimension on the game. That's pretty wild. But with that said, of course, if this is your first time joining the show, we're going to go quickly through the format once again, just to explain and catch you up to speed on what is going to be unfolding for today, to see where these teams are going to be aiming to potentially reach after today, right? As we already said, Imperium, currently we are in the PMCO Finals, which is your second one starting from the left, with the Africa side, with your top 16 teams that made it out of, once again, what was it, 256 teams initially.
Indeed.
Imperium, if I'm not mistaken. Top 16 teams, as you already said, already an achievement, but come on, look at that PMPL logo on the far right. Like, we all know that's where you really want to be.
It's a target. The PMCO has always been about building the future stars of the PUBG Mobile Esports ecosystem, and with the Snapdragon Pro Series, that's what it's there to do. And the top 3 teams will move on to the PMNC, but that'll only be, 3 parts of the journey through. You're dead right. That Pro League logo, that is the aim for all of the teams coming into next year.
Yeah, it's going to be looking great. Of course, going to take also a quick look at the point format in case, you want to get a little bit more interested. It's still the same, though. Nothing has changed since yesterday. It's still 15 points for those chicken dinners. And I got to say, one team, in particular Imperium, that loves those 15 points per chicken dinner. I'm joking, actually, it's Chaos. They hate them. They hate those 15 points for the chicken dinner. They get none, and yet they're still first place. But yeah, if you get yourself first place, that's a lot of points. But 12 points in second or 10 points in third, it's still pretty decent, Imperium. And
VGS, they're currently the highest elimination team. They've got themselves 34 eliminations, so they're really taking advantage of the 1 point per elimination that is on board.
Oh, there you go. Got to look at this one. No chicken dinners for Chaos. 71 points total on the day. Out of 5 games, that's an insanely good average, Imperium.
It is.
For team, as we said, we did not really know what they were going to potentially do here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But in particular for the team, we got to take some time to talk about him, is Marley. This guy has set up so many plays, so many games for his team to find success. Sure, the chicken dinner's not there, but it doesn't matter because you still get just so many consistent points game after game after game. Chaos are clearly the team to beat, and as you said yesterday, if they can get a win, man, they're looking great.
They need to get a win at the end of the day because look how close it is down towards the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place team. Only 14 points divide 1st and 4th at the moment. Black Cobra have proven themselves getting the first chicken dinner of the day yesterday with a massive result on a military island finish. You can see yourself as well. 5 different teams have all won games yesterday. We've yet to see a team get 2 chicken dinners. Will we see that today? Looking down towards the bottom though, Max, Leader Esports have shown a little bit of flurry of potential. Top G, man, I know they can break into the top 6, top 5 and fight for that top 3. I can feel it in my bones coming into today's 5 teams. The SWAT Morocco team that you were looking out for, they, even though they're in 12th, the potential is still there because they're on 25 points. That is just 27 points behind Black Cobra.
That's the main thing. One good game from even teams towards the bottom, even Darkness Africa, High 4 DZ, Ultimate Rage,
fair,
can still make it up there if they have a big pop-off day. Of course, history tends to repeat itself, so you do not want to repeat your mistakes and your failures from yesterday. If so, then that can be a little bit rough. But you know what? Also going to take a quick look at the prize pool, just to see what these teams are currently playing for. As I said, the numbers, very specific because of the conversion rate, but $7,720. Imperium, that $20 on top for the winning team. They can just go wild, get yourself a little party. I mean, maybe a little bit more than $20, but still, you can do cool stuff with that.
It's an extra $20. You know, it's a nice non-round number, and even to drop down to 2nd place, right? We mentioned it yesterday. That's, I think, just shy of under double the amount or less in 2nd place. So really getting that 1st place not only secures their spot in the PMNC, but secures yourself a decent chunk of change for you and your team.
Yeah, almost a 4,000 jump up from 2nd to 1st place. Making it in top 3 is great. Making it in 1st place is even better because you get that spot into PMNC and some extra prize pool to boot. So definitely going to be the main goal for some of these teams. But okay, Imperium, we have a little bit of time after that. We'll have a break before heading into the game, but we have a little bit of time now to talk about these teams and what we've witnessed yesterday. And as we already stated, on yesterday's games and during all yesterday's death segments, is that we had, I would say, low expectations in like the grander view of things. Really, I have been impressed by what has been brought to the table by these teams. It does not feel like Snapdragon Pro Series level right now, which is like typically your entry point into competitive PUBG Mobile. It feels like very close to almost a PMPL level. Like some of the rotations in general we saw by some of the teams were like so good. I'm like, this feels like a PMPL almost. Like, what's going on? So definitely a lot of potential is here.
It's amazing. It's amazing to see the standard that is continuing to be raised across the world, but definitely in this Africa region specifically. And we mentioned it yesterday. We know that Africa as a region has made leaps and bounds over the last year and a half, echoing the likes of Enigma Galaxy, for example, in the Arabic region. And yeah, these teams are hungry. They want to succeed. They want to get to the PMNC, and I'm hoping that today is good for a lot of them, and we see a very exciting finish.
Yeah, as you said earlier though, Imperium, we want to see some evolution, some changes from teams that had to bring some to the table, and we'll see if that's going to be coming to fruition. But of course, also it's really good to see and have some insight on the mindset of some of these teams. And one of those guys we're going to have a quick interview with right now is some of the Pirate Kings of One Piece. We're going to check in with them on a short interview.
My name is Mustafa. I am from One Piece Esports. Okay. The main roster I have I have Iraqis, the supporter, and he's an old player with me. He played with me since 2 years. We played for 2-3 teams others. And I have Last Hope and and Tom. They are the entry fraggers of the team. For MVP, I have two players, Tom and Iraqi, but I think it's gonna be Iraqi because he already have experience and he get the MVP in 2021 PMCO France. He played with me, so yes, I think Iraqi. It's Iraqi. He's the mad player of the team, and always he have troubles. He make troubles in game and outside game, but he still is a good player, and the others, I have Last Hope. He's very calm and he do good work, but he's calm. Yeah, we do scrim every day. So when we have work, I work actually. So we play one scrim or one event per day. The other days when we don't have work, I think we play 2 or 3 scrims per day. Yes, there is VGS, and of course we will do something. These 2 teams, I think one of us will get he will be the winner. 3. تابعونا شباب بالفاينل، منتظريكم احنا.
My name is Victorino Florent. I'm 24 years old. I play for Ultima Rage squad from Madagascar. My pseudo in-game is Ionix. For me, there is no defined MVP in our team. Each player just try to do their best to perform with the role he plays and depend of the shape of the game. Sometimes Fragger make the most contribution and sometimes it is Overwatch and sometimes it's the support, so on. I'm gonna go for our CEO, Zippo, because he is the one who rage the most in the team. Sometimes we don't play well, not serious, and the fact he wants us to win, to go far in this game. And I understand why he go mad against us, but still, he's always the best boss. A few months ago, our boss just hired a very good manager called Anand. So he always find good scrims and event for us to get the best practice, to get even better, and having the best way to optimizing our strategy and gameplay. And furthermore, we also watch a lot of PMPL and PMGC match, which really help. When you are analyzing the best in the world, you just learn from them, and it's a good way to prepare a final. Misaotra betsaka nareo no tonga nanotrona anay nijery ny filalaoanay ny Ultima Rage, nanampy anay ary tonga teto nijery hatramin'ny farany. Nareo dia manampy anay tokoa hanatsara ny filalaovanay, vao maika manampy ny fitiavanay, ny fitiavanay andresy. Dia tena misaotra betsaka tokoa satria tena fantatrinay fa vous êtes là. Dia izay zany tsy milalao anay irery ihany fa milalao anareo, milalao an'ilay communauté PUBG Madagascar et ainsi que dans le monde. Dia manarak'izay ihany koa milalao an'i Madagascar.
I love how Aliraf just said so many good things about Iraqi and then instantly like, oh yeah, he talks a lot too. Like, there's a positive and a negative for everything, and it seemed like it works out also for them. But no, it does feel like, no, the 2 players we had there talking about their performance so far, no stress. No, they were just cold like ice, almost it felt. So they're looking pretty good going into the tournament. But the one thing I do like is that we had Aliraf send that one team they think is going to be winning potentially the whole thing, being VGS Esports, and yet they're above them. So that's a great statement to make it on the first day.
It is, and it was great to hear from both teams, Ultima Rage and One Piece. Both said kind of similar things and echoed similar sentiments between some players that tilt and some players that don't. And I really love that Ultima Rage, like, they watch PMPLs and they watch the pro tournaments, and it's always a great way to learn, and it really echoes what we talked about of the standard of these teams feel at times PMPL level from yesterday's games, and coming from Madagascar as well, dude. PUBG Mobile hitting worldwide. It's crazy, like, it's crazy what PUBG Mobile is able to do. Like, open the door for players and teams all over the world. Madagascar, like, I know the country, but you just don't think of it as a country that would have a, let's say, a PUBG or massive PUBG Mobile community. And it's so good to have that kind of, you know, out there and have people from that. It's really good.
Oh, look, let's do a deal. If you're from Madagascar and you're supporting Ultimate Rage, you can also support them over on Twitter with our hashtag for the tournament, hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. You can join the conversation and maybe even have your tweet featured on the show. That would be really cool. You can talk to us directly and we can answer if it's nice. Of course, it has to be very nice, otherwise you're in trouble. But Imperium, as I said, like, it's really cool to see all these different regions like Madagascar making it up through, and Africa as a whole, you know, has been a region that wasn't really present in the PUBG Mobile esports circuit as of recently. It really appeared in 2022 with their first season being in spring with PMP Africa in spring of 2022. So yeah, the region as a whole has been growing, and this is the new talent potentially of the region that is just going to reach PMPL, potentially grow, get picked up by massive orgs. I cannot wait to see where the Africa region is going to be in the future. But I'm going to tell you right now, in the very short future, we're going to head on over to a break, and after that, we'll be ready for game one in just a few short minutes. Game one is just around the corner, and we're going to take a few short minutes before we dive right into it. But it seems like Imperium, all the players are in the lobby. All 64 players are ready to go.
63, actually, sorry.
63. Oh, one. No, we were so close to perfection, Imperium, but it's fine. We'll get back up there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be our last opportunity to see if teams can try and climb their way back up to that top 3 place. But you know what? One easy way to make your way up to the top 3 place is if you're shipped directly to the top 3 place through DHL. I don't know if that's physically possible. I tried to do a cool image, but yeah, we'll see if the teams can get ships up there. What do you think, Imperium?
Let me just write an email to DHL. Dear DHL, can you ship me to the top 3 of the Global Championship? Regards, Imperium. I'll let you know if I get a response.
I would leave you on red. Like I do pretty much all the time. We'll have to see, but it's a great time. But DHL, you know what? Feel free to use them if you want to ship your cool and, you know, very important stuff over the road. That's what I do. And my stuff always gets in pristine condition.
Nobody cares
about
your
what I do.
Max.
I like
Nobody
my stuff,
cares,
okay, Imperium?
Max. Nobody cares, Max.
It's fine. Fair enough. Okay, I'm a little bit disappointed. But also our schedule for the day. Don't forget, we got maps happening, Imperium, and I'll let you take it through because clearly you just don't want me to be here. So, yeah.
No, just don't want people to ship you stuff. But anyway, we've got 3 Erangels, Miramar and Sanhok. Yeah, it's Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. Heavy, obviously, on the OG map. Black Cobra, VGS, and One Piece Esports all won on Erangel, but do not take away from the effect your journey can have by getting a strong result in Miramar and Sanhok. Africa champions, 34 points they grabbed themselves in a dominating Sanhok game outside of Paradise Resort, so I will be excited for the second one of the tournament later on today.
That's the thing that scares me a little bit with this type of schedule for this tournament, is that if you have some teams that are looking at, you know, 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok on the day, I'm scared some teams are like, oh, let's just forget about Miramar, let's forget about Sanhok.
Yeah.
If you add them together, that is still 40% of your potential total points.
That's
right?
true.
Over
That
the
is
course
true.
of the entire 2 days. So if you can get some performance there, that could be the outlier, the thing that actually sets you up for success and to potentially reach top 3. We'll have to see, but of course, we're not going to start with the Miramar or Sanhok. We're going to start off with the good old grassy pastures of Erangel Imperium. And we had some, I would say, great circles and great adaptation from the teams in particular when it comes to those circles. And we had a melee circle finish. Well, not melee, Sanhok Island, should I say. But I think that really showed that the teams were making some pretty massive calls that they just committed to. And I think that was a great showcase of what teams are willing to do to hopefully reach the top 3.
Yeah, 100%. Looking at the top 3 teams leading into the first game. Again, these are the overall top 3 coming into today. Chaos, One Piece Esports, and VGS. We heard from Alaraf at the pre-show about how his team is prepared, and they're consistent in the scrims that they play when they can, working on availability, and they've been grinding in this game for 2 years. And the hope for so many of these players, whatever their age, whatever their situation, is to try and carve a career, carve a future in PUBG Mobile, and getting through the, like we said, getting through the Snapdragon Pro Series X PMCO puts you one step closer to that.
And that's where you want to be. You want to make it over to those PMNCs minimum, and if not, maybe the PMPL. Because don't forget, if you make it to PMPL, it's not just like you're making it to one PMPL event. You're locked into PMPL for the remainder, reminder, of 20.
No, it is remainder.
Remainder? Okay.
Or for the whole, I suppose for the whole of
for the whole
2023.
year, there you go. I'll
Yeah.
just go back to my basic English skills, you know what?
No problem.
I'm in France, okay? When I order stuff, it's in French, okay? I don't train my English as much as you do. But regardless, you're locked in for the entirety of 2023 in the PMPL circuit. So, that's a massive win. It is not just a small one-time tournament you're making it into. You're just potentially opening your gates to a PMWI, opening your gates also to a potential PMGC, depending on how things go, just like 1 million. We'll have to see, but with that said, Imperium, it's time for game number 1 of day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. And we'll see which teams will be in top 3 at the end of this one.
Plane path hovering over Kidney Island, making its way from around the Zarki region over to Milta Power. Generally quite centralized, and it's quite close to what you refer to as a perfect plane path for the first game of the day. Slightly more north heavy than maybe some teams would like, but still a lot of potential off the board. VGS dropping out early on, Chaos going to their normal loot drop area on North George, VGS going down south, and One Piece down on South George. So clearly the western side of the map is cleanly taken by 3 teams for the time being.
And that's the interesting point, right? You're talking about Chaos in Northern George Pole. The fact that they've been so consistent yesterday on their angles, and they drop in Northern George Pole with a hefty amount of southern circles that are not easy to rotate for a very northern team. was highly impressive. Like, we had one circle that ended towards that shelter position, one circle that ended on Sanhok Island. It goes to show, once again, how good their macro decisions have been and how good the execution of those macro rotations have been. But they are blessed. They are in phase 1 circle. That's never happened before. It's okay. I think it happened on one game yesterday, but it's going to make it a little bit easier for them. So all good in the hood for them. But a lot of the teams, surprisingly enough, Imperium, over to the more eastern half of the map, which, you know, is going to create a little bit of a flux of teams all rotating towards the center circle, which could, you know, cause a few clashes in the rotations.
I believe there was at times a 13 that went towards Military Island yesterday, if my memory serves me right. But based on the playing path and knowing that we have 2 other teams that like to go around the Military Island, it wasn't possibly worth the risk. What is interesting is that High40Z opting to drop very close outside Pachinki, which Black Cobra, Africa drop and loot, and yeah, it's a big risk taken from High40Z, especially considering where they are overall in the standings in 15th. Taking those kind of risks, although it works out, yeah, could easily have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, it was a little bit spooky there because they were just in a field position. If they didn't get himself those cars instantly, then potentially you take the risk of losing a player very early on. But High40Z will be good to boot, and we'll be able to just leave that position. And it's really cool because they're in a decent position, picking up as many cars as they want. I think that, yeah, an extra player is going to jump out, get an extra vehicle under their control, and just start maybe gunning for Gatka positions or just some good high ground elevated spots to just get that early game information. So, yeah, as I said, it could have gone really bad, but it did not. And that's cool.
And I tell you what, once again, and it was another game that happened yesterday, but I would argue this a little bit harder for Black Cobra, is multiple vehicles outside of Pachinki have been taken away from them. And even though they're already quite centralized in a circle, you still need to be able to move. You still need to be able to utilize those vehicles. So Black Cobra will be slowed down with those vehicles taken away.
True, because normally in Pachinko you have 1 to 2 vehicle spawns that are pretty consistent inside of it. If you're unlucky, you only have 1, which is like in the garage section, which is southwest currently of the building. So if they're very unlucky, like actually, as you said, that's a very important point. It could definitely slow down their rotation. So we'll see. I mean, unless they can just, you know, wrap up north and pick up cars in that position, that could work out. But Swap Morocco, few shots onto Kamara, it seems, unfortunately so, but he will survive it. That's fine. Open his trusty buggy and we'll just make it right behind the building. He is good to go here. And yeah, we'll see. The circle already going to start closing in the next 20 seconds, and this game already feels fast to me. What's going on? I'm used to having to fill in for so much, but the circle already closing, so teams have to be on the move. And as I said, because of so many teams being over to the more eastern half of the map, we'll have a few altercations in those rotations.
Yeah, for the time being, it's all quiet on the western front, and that kind of makes sense, right? Teams will have looked back at the VOD, researched how other teams would have rotated in yesterday's games, knowing that it's a competitive setting, and you might adjust your own rotation path. Therefore, you're seeing, at least for the time being, teams just avoiding each other in a safer, more professional way, and I like that. You know, there's no point in continuing on the same path of trying to come across teams. I'm not saying they would have done it on purpose yesterday, but the point is you correct from any potential mistakes to create a cleaner potential for later on in the game. So quiet is definitely a good thing in my eyes for what is very competitive PUBG Mobile gameplay coming up for the rest of the game. VGS in a good position outside of Everest to the western side of it, occupying the compound just to the south of Hospital. Still nobody in the center of the circle though, Max, and it's kind of interesting with 5.5 minutes in that nobody's looked to kind of go so deep in the center.
You got some really good spots there. You could play chopsticks. You can play those little compounds next to the roads in the field, which are really strong, and you do not want to breach if you know a team is in those locations very early on. Some good high ground positions over to the western side of the map, towards the southwest of Gatka, should I say. So yeah, I would like to see some teams try and center up a little bit quicker, but you know what? Teams are taking it slow. I can't argue. As long as you're careful and you scout during your rotations and you just don't lose any players randomly for no valuable reason, then I'll be completely okay with it. I say for also Chaos looking to move away from Northern George Bowl. Make sure the bridge cross is going to be okay. But, not looking too good apparently. It's going to be for 1XMT. Suffering already 2 casualties right away. 2 players knocked up. They're going to try and hold it. Azir is able to hold down the front. But he also suffers brink of the damage here coming out. Ultimate outplayed here, looking for already 3 very early points. And we said it, those rotations could be deadly, Imperium, and it seemed like 1xNT just got caught off guard.
Yeah, quite an entry point into the eastern side of the circle. Africa Champions now coming in for a bit of a third-party opportunity. They find snipes of Ultimate Outrage. Now, Laxi, by the way, is coming into the Ultimate Outrage roster for the first time today. Wasn't playing yesterday, so see if he can have a bit of an impact on the team. But as they're down to 2, it's just him and Impulse left to pull something out of the bag.
I'm surprised the team would want a third party this fight in Phase 1 circle, just closing up around them. I'm interesting, but Africa Champions know they showed that they are willing to take control in that Sanhok yesterday. We'll see if they can try and replicate that success here, but I don't think this fight in the early stage really helps them out too much. Just get the res onto Loco, get back in your cars, get into the circle. Most important part of the game for them. Hopefully they will do so. And yeah, at least we're seeing Ultimate Outplayed not willing to push this fight any further, which I do like, but still suffering 2 casualties. That's going to really hurt their chances, Imperium, of potentially securing a successful chicken dinner.
Ultimate Rage, 14th overall in the standings. Yeah, because it was Ultimate Rage. Is it? Sorry, no. Ultimate Outplay are 6th overall in standings. The SO really confuses me. I'm sorry, guys, but why is your team
It is a confusing
SO?
tag, right?
It is. It's a really confusing tag. I don't know. I don't
Why?
know, dude. I don't know.
Your team is Ultimate Outplayed, and you're like, we're going to put an S. You have no S in your entire name, and you put an S in your tag. Like, the O makes sense.
Yep.
But where's the S?
Maybe it's silent. No, wouldn't even
It's not
be
even silent. It's
not
invisible
even,
and silent.
Yeah.
It's both. It's not there. It does not
tell
exist.
you what, Max, you know what? He's inside the Africa Champions. They're going in for the kill. They're on the hunt. They're on the prowl inside school. And I don't formally agree with this, but it's certainly entertaining.
Oh, I know why. They're like, we hate that team tag also. We're going to chase them down. You won't have to look at that tag anymore. You're done. Kamara trying to initiate things with that.
Oh, no.
We've seen so many of these nades. Guys, come on. You have like a red arc to show where the nade goes, okay? It ain't that complicated, okay? Even I can do it. Please. Okay, we're pushing our way together. Oh, in a very similar position, though. You've got to be careful. That nade could be massive. Actually going to chuck it up. Gets a little bit of nice tick damage. Going to cook another one. He's got actually 2 more nades and a molly. And an off-angle setup by Impulse. That is massive. Another nade's going to follow up. It's another bit of extra damage, I believe, on top. And now Lax is going to try and close off that gap. Ultimate Outplayed. Trying to swarm all of these different angles. And really, I got to say, Africa Champions here really giving a run for their money. They're struggling to take this 4v2.
Ultimate Outplayed are outplaying Africa Champions. It was an okay push, but those nades have been absolutely on point. Laxi gets another one. Impulse. Laxi follows suit. Just one more player alive to turn a 2 into a 4 into a squad wipe. Can they get the job done?
Just one more Impulse. You need to go for it. He's low HP, but you've got a teammate to back you up. Laxi Impulse just overwhelm Loco, and it will be an easy squad wipe. They get it done. The 2v4 happens. Oh my god, the thirst, you can take it. You can shoot that crate as much as you want. That's a deserved fight. Ultimate Outplay, get himself 4 extra limbs.
Take a bow, Laxi and Impulse. What a way to pull up a fight. What a way to make an entry for you, Laxi, in day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Great turnaround, fantastic defense. It wasn't the worst push in the world, but I also have to ask, why did they go for the push? Why not just go for, the circle position, the stronger spot heading into the end of Phase 1? Either way, they went for it, they lost it, and they will be licking their wounds as Phase 2 popped up.
I want to jump onto what you just said, saying it's not the worst push. It's not the worst push, but it's close to it, I would say. I have quite a few opinions on that push.
Yeah.
They're all pushing as 4. No, you're taking a 4v2. You know as a fact this is a 4v2. And yeah, you're all pushing in the exact same corridor. You're not trying to send some players around the walls to enter through windows or smoke positions. Like, no smoke was used. No, I didn't see any grenades. I didn't see any mollies. I didn't see any flashbangs. I saw nothing coming out from them. It was just, we're just going to try and push our way through this corridor and hope it works out. And unfortunately, that's not how it works out. Like, one nade can turn, as we saw, a 2v4 fight to the advantage of the team with only 2 players. So, yeah, things need to be a little bit adjusted there, in my opinion.
The game continues on. Phase 2 did pop up a little bit more towards the northeast, so it's a quite centralized Phase 2 in terms of the whole Erangel map. Pichiki still quite heavily located inside the circle. You have Everest in play, which Chaos has locked down on a lovely spread, I might add. Gaka open for the taking. I think VGS have a pretty solid spread between Gaka and the Chop 6 area. High 4 DZ is to the south of them. And yes, what Morocco on the kind of church area outside of Pachinki in a pretty good spot, I might add.
Like that spot, or Groza also potentially available for Chaos if they want to snatch it up. Don't give it to Marley. You're in trouble if Marley gets to Groza, okay? Just say it. I can tell you from experience from yesterday. Oh, he's going for it. Uh-oh, okay, yes. Well, it's a Chaos chicken dinner. You can say it right now.
Give all the loot to Marley. Mwahaha.
Damn, that's a really evil laugh. I don't know if I want to work with you anymore. That's too spooky for me.
Do it, Max.
October is over, Imperium. We're in November.
Max, do it.
Stop it.
In the world.
No, we're not doing the trailer voice. Okay, that was earlier.
No?
No. But also really good for Chaos is they're going to get just a lot of information from playing Everest,
yes,
right? And I don't think that any team's going to be willing to contest it. Maybe now. Maybe you want to contest it now. It's a pretty good spot. I recommend it. Go for it.
Now, for Chaos, they have to tighten themselves up. It's a tale as old as time. You cannot control every corner or crevice of Everest. The two easiest entry points is the west and the east. Controlling center, there's a higher chance you're going to get punished from both sides. So if you want to lock down Everest, for the most part, you better off locking down one side. 3-1 split, great. 4-man, cohesiveness on one side, great. 2-2 split either side, very risky holding on to central. Like I said, big no-no. Chaos, let's see how you can work things out.
Exactly. As long as you're respectful of the teams around you that are willing to push that position, a split is fine. Just gather as much information as possible and to make it like a play based on that decision making and that information. That's great. But you also have to be careful because if a team pushes you and you're still split, that's when things start to crumble. We saw that happen on like Sanhok Hill on the northwestern island. We'll see it happen here too. Pretty consistently at that. So hopefully that will be good to go. Top G. Spotting a few players and leaders. Esports getting a little bit too close for comfort, it seems. But wait, Jabina, I'm not too sure we're getting too close there with that buggy, especially you don't have too much coverage. Wonder just in the middle of that position. There's a lot of angles that are not safe. And Wonder's going to learn that one the hard way, it seems. Just getting absolutely mowed down with the Mini 14. And the res is just not going to be available for him.
Leaders, Esport need to know where they want to go. When you have such a hard shifter as you did in Phase 3 and you start to rotate, you got to have a target on where you want to go. You might need to adjust. It depends on who you come across. That's where kind of Plan A, Plan B, Plan C comes into play of kind of like, okay, we'll go here. If it's taken, we'll go here. If it's taken, we'll do this. That kind of thing. And Leaders, Esport, they're able to survive with only one casualty, but certainly didn't look the cleanest of rotations for them.
Ultimate Rage, they're going to be playing themselves the Ruins area so far. People trying to pop the... I think you might need that car in the future, but, fair enough. He's just going to pop the wheels. And the thing is, if the circle keeps shifting, potentially down to the southwest or over to the west in general, you know that Ruins is going to be really hard for Ultimate Rage to leave. So that foothold actually just set up by SWAT Morocco could be extremely strong in the case that the circle does not end in Ruins itself. So great position from SWAT Morocco. I'm loving it. We'll see how the execution follows up on that spot. As we're now down to 15 teams since early after that squad wipe in school, 52 players alive. So a lot of teams not up as 4 men anymore, Imperium. So that could definitely hurt quite a few teams trying to contest for that chicken dinner.
I'll tell you who's in one of the best spots as the circle is about to shift, however, is Darkness Africa. Compound down towards the southwest of Everest now. Okay, as it happens, a huge shift over to the east will rip that away from them. But at the end of the day, they can take that main road, push the compound held by Top G, and if they're able to beat out Top G, they'll be in once again in good position for Chaos. That spread, nobody pushed them, so it kind of worked out. But again, it wasn't the cleanest.
It's an okay position. I like it. I also like the rotation of Black Cobra right now. Just going for wide, rotate onto the eastern edge. They're going to try and find himself a decent entry point. It's not going to be the easiest to rotate into, but for information gathering, at least it's good. And, well, I say it's good, but it seems like they get caught in the rotation by a player here of Star Divine. So a little bit of an L in the chat for him, it does seem. But the idea was there. Unfortunately, you get caught with your pants down, and that's not the best way to go.
Star Esports have a 2-2 split between the Cathedral and the compounds in around the ruins terrain. It's a risky play, but it could work out. Great area control that they can pull out. 7E on the southern edge. They've lost one in the form of Hulk, but Simple Law and Ghost still up to do something against Top G, Max.
See what their game plan's going to be against Top G. One nade apparently is going to be the game plan for Law. I think a little bit too short, but the idea is there. Just got to try and get the information, but he's out of nades now. He just used 2 nades and just got nothing out of it. That's a very poor trade-off. Unfortunate, especially in a Ruins finish, you know, those nades, Imperium, are going to be so important. If it ends in Ruins itself, it's like so many little hiding spots, little walls and divots. Those grenades can be the difference between a chicken dinner and you going out in, I don't know, like 6th or 7th position. So,
but I tell you what,
yeah,
if I were 7E, I wouldn't actually be looking to push this because they're pretty kind of somewhat comfortably inside the circle.
I agree.
Top G aren't really going to push them. They can cover their backs more cleanly, and the two teams can somewhat actually coexist between the compound and the hillside.
I agree with the fact of not pushing Top G. I don't think that this push is going to be that easy, at least the way that they're executing it. I think you're very, very vulnerable to the position of Top G, but I think holding on to there is maybe a little bit risky too, because the clock is ticking, the circle's going to start moving against you. I think you've got to start thinking of what your next move is going to be, so at least you've got to start thinking about that. But man, Swap Morocco still holding down this position. So far, still 0 eliminations, but I still think the potential is there for Swap Morocco to maybe pick up a few limbs. It's Black Cobra did find himself a little bit of a position to bank on, but you know they already got a player knocked. They're just trying to smoke themselves up. I don't think this is going to be a good long-term option, Imperium, and it's going to be tough for Black Cobra to really hold on to that spot.
We use Swap Morocco as an example of how close you can turn, or how easily you can turn it around. Coming into today in 12th place on a total of 25 points, only about 32 points behind 4th place in the form of Black Cobra. That is more than achievable across the 5 games today. And you said that the position that they're in is very, very possible to execute a chicken dinner from. Phase 4 is going to go into Phase 5. One Piece holding on to the northern side, trying to find an entry point against High 4DZ and the side of LS.
I want to go on a bit of a tangent right now. I'm seeing so many players in this game alone wasting nades, wasting utility. If your first nade has not hit, don't use them randomly, unless you're in the late game where you can actually get the chicken dinner. Like, try and hold on to it. It can really make a massive difference in the late game. But, oh man, we talk about a good position for Swap Morocco. Unfortunately, they're going to have to leave that spot. But right now, you're looking at the boys of Star. Caddy Boy, you can try and regroup all in that compound, or you can go for the castle position as 3-1, you want. Man. But they get, or 3-1-2 split also could work out. Or sorry, 3-1 split could also work. That could be a massive gatekeeping hold on the southern edge. So, man, they're looking pretty good right now.
Like, they need someone on the high ground Cathedral position over watching teams coming in from the south, but they also need the majority of the players defending the compound. Star Divine as well, another team that are just going to try and punish teams coming in from behind, trying to find a desperate entry point into the circle. 70 goes wild, and he goes down.
Talk about going down with a bang, man. That was a way to get eliminated. You know what? I give him an extra point just for that. No, okay, we can't do that. We don't have the authority to do it, but I wish we did. Top G finally leaving their southern edge of the circle. They've been able to leave that fight they had earlier versus 7E. Now they're going to find themselves a decent little ridge line to play from, but you've got to be careful. Some angles could definitely be causing your demise. As Namara OP here, trying to be initiating that push. Gets done. Jumbo solo. And he clears that spot, gets rid of Black Cobra Africa, and now gain even more terrain towards the circle.
Woo! Swap Morocco waited, they moved in, and they finally took down Black Cobra Africa. The long game worked out for them. Leaders Esports, 3 players inside those small buildings. VGS trying to hold on the west side.
Oh, this angle from Savage is deadly. He gets punished from the long side, and look at that right behind him. There's another squad ready to punish their spot. Chaos will be saved in the ditch. Can hold on to that position during the meantime. We're going to see Star Divine still trying to go for their wide western rotate, and it's been working extremely well, I would say, so far in Pyramid. They can have a great angle to pressure Chaos if they're not careful. If the smokes dissipate, Star Divine might just be able to secure this spot for themselves and be the only team on the west. But it's Chaos we're talking about. So it's not going to be easy to take them down.
Here's the thing though, Max. We're 21 minutes in. At what point do you stop wide rotating and do you start getting aggressive? It has to be
Now.
sooner rather than later, because you're going to run out of entry points into the circle.
Definitely now. The wide rotates, they were cool, but this next circle is not going to be available anymore. Not in phase 6 or further. Himself a little bit too much. Some players getting knocked away. Leaders will be able to just create himself a little bit more space to play with. Wow, here we go. The castles of ruins. So going to be breached upon. It's going to be ultimate outplayed. Looking to smoke their way up. Use that utility to good effect. Just another player right behind them from Ultimate Rage. I'm not sure if they're aware. That nade could be huge. I think a little bit too cooked. A little bit too cooked indeed, but the idea is there. The information has been given. You're not safe no more. The circle shifts again towards the river. High 4DZ Imperium could be off to an amazing start with this position, but there's a lot of teams still alive.
My God, and do they need it as well? 15th place coming into today's games. Also, to highlight, Ultima outplayed real quick as shots come out from Star Divine. Ultima outplayed coming into today with only 9 eliminations. They're already on 6 in this game 1.
Oh, Merlin can't even peek. He's just getting punished by Chaos, and I think another team is slowly third-partying that position. It's definitely not an easy one. That nade could be massive. Red on the slither of HP, but the nade will connect for Revenant. And that angle, as we said, it's just too strong for Star Divine right now. The third party is still unfolding. One Piece are slowly but surely getting involved on this fight. And that's just Merlin alone. One nade in that position could be huge, and I think that Rage is the one to try and close the gap and put the last nail in the coffin for
Merlin. He's pushing.
Ooh, pushing into the smoke. Not too much information, just randomly making his way through. Spray down with the UMP. He gets it through the smoke. The blind eye works out. And he's just put a thorn in the side here for Chaos, but Chaos, can they stand strong? Can they get the res and eliminate Merlin? We'll have to see, but so far it's looking good for Chaos.
But see, here's the thing, the third party from Leaders Esports is slowing both of these teams down, making it uncertain. Chaos know they can't overstep the mark, but that's a lovely nade. Doesn't quite connect onto the final player of Star Divine, and phase 6 blue zone is creeping in, and it's going to get harder and harder. Marty picks out the Groza, but he's going to get knocked.
Man, Merlin is just completely clutching it out. Sure, he does get eliminated, which I'm not surprised. It was going to happen eventually. But oh lord, that was a complicated fight Merlin took, and he just came out slaying. So, H4, still high for DZ, are still going to try their best to hold on to that coastal area next to the river. It's looking good so far. One elimination though, so not as many as they potentially could have got. But Chaos do get eliminated. The last 2 players get swiped away. Now it's time for Star Esports to begin their push, to begin defending on the southern-eastern edge versus the side of Ultima Rage. A nice push, it's going to be high, he just clears everyone with the powerful UMP. And now they're going to be one of the only teams in the south. There's still one more they need to clear if they want to have full control of the south.
Oh my God, Laxi and Impulse from Ultima outplayed, still alive on the beach side of Ruins as a 2-person team.
I said it, that was going to hurt their chances of a chicken dinner. Oh, okay, they're done. I still think that was a really good run for being 2 players since the almost very start of the game. Like, that is a really, really good run from them. Some really good stuff. And as you said, Laxi, very strong first impression here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, leaders, how do you start leaving that position? Smokes are going to make it a little bit easier, but you're very predictable. You know you're going to be leaving around those wall positions, so Headshot City might just be around the corner. Leaders need to be very cautious about what their next move might just be.
Leaders Esports 9th in the rankings. High 4DZ 15th. Is this the redemption arc that we've been looking for? Is this going to be the redemption arc for both of these teams, especially High 4DZ? Great spot by Mask.
Well, I said it's going to be hard to leave. They don't have to leave. Okay. I thought the circle was completely over to another spot, but I see on the minimap now. They are golden. Mask, especially on the rooftop position. Information, easy spray down, and especially with that third-person perspective. How can you beat that spot, Imperium? Answer, I don't think you can. I think Mask has got the game-winning position for Leaders Esports.
One Piece still up in this game. Consistency on point for One Piece. Started off a little bit dodgy yesterday, but they picked up the pace. They found their form. Let's see if there's going to be Raging coming out. Not going to be from Meraki as he's out, but Tome, Alaraf, and their third player is still up.
This is pretty much a fight for second place. One Piece are going to be suffering the wrath of leader really, really soon. Sky's going to be the one to get himself that knock with Master follow suit. And that's it. One Piece will get eliminated in 4th position. Still, they were in 2nd place. Once again, showing consistency from One Piece Esports. But now we're gunning for that chicken dinner. Who will be the ones to secure the first chicken dinner of day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series? Nice little elimination. Well, Star Esports trying their best to play around that utility. Still 2 extra nades, 1 molly that can make a difference against that compound of leaders. Well, is Libina actually going really far out of the compound with Sky? That's a risk. If you lose those 2 players, your chicken dinner might just be going through your fingers. Seem like they're feeling confident with that utility. Things are working great so far.
I love the 2-1 split. Understanding that there's one thing having a compound, but it's another thing using it as a negative and not relying on it too much. And that 2-1 split is perfect for pushing out of it.
The little ridge is perfect. I'm just scared of a nade, but I haven't seen any come out, so they might just be out of nades. If that's the case, this is a great, great position. And high 4DZ, as you said, they needed himself a great game. Even if they don't get the chicken dinner, this is still massive. They were in 15th position before this game. The redemption arc begins now for high 4DZ. As they're just slowly going to be stretching out, and they don't know that the other team is as a 3-man, so they might think this is only 1 team left, but you have a sneaky solo of Star Esports still there, waiting for his chance to maybe steal a 2nd place.
Carry boy, can he carry his team to his sneaky chicken dinner, unbeknownst to the other 2 teams around him? Kurim has absolutely no idea, all right.
He has no clue, and he's going to put himself right in front of him if this continues.
Oh my god.
I think, yeah, he almost is.
But Carry Boy doesn't want to make any noise.
Yeah, also Carry Boy has that bush. That's going to give him some extra coverage away from Mars. Nicely done, and he's going to try and flush that one away. He steals it. Carry Boy gets it done. Nicely executed. Oh, wait, did he get the steal? I don't think he did at the end of the day. No, I don't think so. But still, it's just full control, trying to take the fight, trying to get himself the high 4DZ clutch right now. He picks himself one, flushes the elimination. That can be so, so important. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be the high 4DZ chicken dinner. It is going to be going the way of Leaders Esports in that compound. And man, Mask on a rooftop Imperium, you could not escape his gaze.
Oh, overall, a deserved finish and a deserved chicken dinner for Leaders Esports. I wasn't expecting the circles to shift so kind of harshly up towards the north. I expected a little bit more centralization towards the south part of Ruins. But man, look, when it went that way, it put a lot of pressure on the other teams. And we could have seen more crashes towards Leaders Esports compound, but we didn't see it. They controlled it well. Like you mentioned, that roof position by Mask was absolutely perfect. And they clutched it up with a little bit of help from the snake in the grass.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we can do to break down those finishing moments with Leaders. You say your high 4DZ, your Star Esports.
Yeah.
Man, Star Divine. And there, we talked about it, that wide wrap right behind the western side, behind the position of, I believe it was Chaos. And Merlin's clutch, like, he just slowed everything down to almost a halt in that position. So Merlin, extremely, extremely impressive start of the day for him in his 2nd day of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Yeah, I think we've seen potential from teams that we had some questions after yesterday, but the potential is still there. And we can have a completely different rankings at the end of today. And I'm extremely hyped to see how this is going to keep unfolding for today.
100%. The more things change, the more they do stay the same when you're One Piece, though. That consistency has carried over from game 1. A top 4 once again. They're gunning for Chaos's top spot, and I'm pretty sure they've overtaken them.
Yeah, and don't forget also the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Monster, the official beverage. Should I say that's a proper word? Beverage of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And no, the tagline is Unleash the Beast, and I can tell you the beast has been unleashed when it comes to this game for Leaders Esports. Man, that was an absolute bang of a game. They just held down that compound just so well, and I gotta keep talking about it. Mask on that little high ground position on the rooftop, especially in 3rd-person perspective Imperium, in that TPP, you just cannot beat that, especially if you got nothing to play with around you. Like, how do you defeat that? Unfortunately, I don't think you really can.
And at that point in the game, they knew that the south side of them was completely clear, right? They'd heard the altercations between Chaos and Star Divine. They were third-partying those engagements, right? So they knew that the south was clear, so Mask was so much more free on top of that roof to get the high ground advantage for his side. And to touch upon Star Divine as well, you know, I asked the question, when is it time to stop rotating? When is the time to start getting aggressive? They answered it because they did start to get aggressive on the chaos at that point, and that deserves a lot of credit. You mix the both between variable, rotation, and aggressive. That is a pretty damn good recipe.
Yeah, really good recipe indeed. It worked out fantastically well for them. But you know what, Imperium, with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break. And after that, we'll be getting ready for our second game of the day. It's going to be Miramar. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
We said it, Imperium. We wanted to see some teams on the bottom side of the tables begin a redemption arc. And really, Leaders Esports did just that in this first game. Get himself a massive chicken dinner in that great compound. Get himself that good high ground position also on the rooftop. It's making it so easy for them to secure that chicken dinner. It just seemed impossible to take it away from them. But during that break, Imperium, you're talking to me about, you know, the average points of a chicken dinner so far. And for teams at the bottom, a chicken dinner now more than ever can be a drastic impression on their overall like rankings.
Yeah, normally on a competitive tournament, especially as you get further in, if it's kind of 4 or 5, 6 days or 25, 30 games, the average for a chicken dinner peters out at around 25, 26. The average points per chicken dinner across the 6 games so far has been over 30. So that means that big game that most of these teams are able to get will heavily count if you're down in the bottom 8 and able to secure the dub.
I have the impression in Africa, when you get yourself a chicken dinner, it's not just a chicken dinner. It's pretty much 2 in 1. It's a really good deal.
Feast, man.
Exactly. It's the chicken dinner feast right now that they're able to get for themselves. It's highly, highly impressive when a team has that potential to go for chicken dinner. That it's not just like, oh, we're going to get like a good amount of placement points and a few limbs here and there. It's like they are a dominant force to be reckoned with in these lobbies, and they just take so much control and become truly a scary team. We saw it with Leaders in that match. We saw it a lot yesterday in all of the rankings. It's all of the games, sorry, I have to say. So it's been very impressive. We're going to check out, of course, a few of the points that were won by the teams in this previous match to see exactly how many points were taken home. And Leaders Esports starting off the day with 31 points, continuing that tendency, as you said, Imperium, of that 30-point chicken dinner still coming in for those winning teams. Man, the cool thing is that if we still keep seeing these chicken dinners, even teams towards the very, very bottom still have a chance to redeem themselves.
Big time, big time. And High4DZ kind of already started in this day 2. They were coming into this game, I think, on a total of 19 points. They've scored 15 in this one game alone, so a massive turnaround. Arguably the same for Ultima outplayed. Laxi coming into the mix, we mentioned already, 12 in total, especially as most of the game they are only as a duo. One Piece consistency personified. It may not have been over double digits, but if you look at Chaos, only got 3 points. One Piece, they got 9.
Well, that's looking a little bit scary. Now that gap can be closed pretty quickly. For High4DZ, I would like to maybe see a little bit more eliminations. I think here there was definitely the possibility of that happening right there. But I think we're going to be taking a quick look at the overall rankings right now to see exactly how many points currently have been able to, how many teams have been able to move their position around. And I know, man, we're seeing Leaders Esports from 9th place before this game to now in 4th position, just barely able to make their way almost in the top 3 position. Wait, man, we're saying that the dream is alive, literally, for every single team in this tournament.
So close. I cannot believe how close it is in terms of the top 3 in Leaders Esports, jumping all the way up in the 4th off the back of that chicken dinner. You've got 30 points dividing 1st and 8th, Max. The door is wide open.
Yeah.
Say what you want, the door is wide open, and there's still 4 games to go. High4DZ in their own right, picking up a bunch of points, getting now on 30 in total. Ultima Rage with 22. Unfortunately, Darkness Africa have yet to start their redemption arc, but again, with 4 more games to go, if they get 1 win over 30 points, that's going to put them in the 40s.
It could. It really could put them up there in the 40s, but I'm looking at some other teams like Africa Champions. No, you had a great, fantastic Sanhok game yesterday, right? It was truly just a game of pure beauty where they took control of the southern side of Paradise Resort, control all of the teams around them, make sure that teams cannot leave Paradise Resort. It was just multitasking at its finest in PUBG Mobile Esports. And then you have this game where they're just chasing a third-party fight for very little to no reason. Sure, you're like, okay, it's 4v2, we can maybe get that easily. I would say it's not worth taking early game fights like almost ever unless you're 100% confident you can take those.
Okay.
So yeah, I would like to see just teams being like Africa Champions. A lot of teams are fine, are not like guilty of this, but I would like to see Africa Champions be a little bit careful. You know, that could hurt them a lot because they were in a good position. They were in 7th, I believe, there. And before the start of the day, they were, I don't remember where they were, but they were definitely a little bit higher. So that could, put them on the 2nd page, almost at the end of this match.
Yeah. It could, and it's something that they need to think about it, it's so important that you don't let it slip away from you. And it's always the thing of, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So if you start good on a tournament, that's great. But if you don't take advantage of that and in some way either maintain or build on it, and you let it slip, you're going to finish down below. So definitely going to be quite important. Game 2 yesterday was won by Ultima Outplayed, by the way. It was the lowest chicken dinner result from yesterday with only 18 points, but it gives a bit of a sign of maybe a bit of a repeat strong performance from Ultima Outplayed in the second Miramar game.
Yeah, we said it already, right? If you can still dominate on one of these less popular maps like a Miramar, like a Sanhok in this tournament, it can still give you potentially 20% of your total points in this tournament if you can dominate on it. So we'll see Ultima Outplayed. Can they replicate this success once again? Not to see, of course, how things are going to be panning out, but is that going to be our last Miramar? So you definitely want to see these teams make it count. But Miramar around the corner. I know we don't do predictions too often in Imperium, but I want to see, outside of Ultimate Outplayed, unless you want to go for Ultimate Outplayed, are there any other teams you know that would like to potentially see secure himself a chicken dinner?
Darkness Africa, honestly, they're the only, because and I say that not in a shade against the other teams, but just more so that all the other teams have kind of given us now something to chomp at, and Darkness Africa haven't. So Darkness Africa, give me something that I can say, hey, they have what it takes to get into the top 3. They have what it takes to challenge the top 3.
It's going to start to be a little bit scary spot to be in for Darkness Africa if they just stick to the bottom of the rankings for, I would say, I would even say this game. I think if they're still at the bottom of the rankings after this game, I'd have to say potentially the dream is dead. Unless we see like back-to-back chicken dinners like that, as you said, 30-point average per chicken dinner all the time, then maybe things can work out. But other than that, I am not feeling too confident. So Darkness Africa, I would say it's now or never for them if they want to initiate a comeback in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm still waiting for my Swap Morocco comeback. I think I'm kind of on copium right now. It might not be happening anymore, but I still believe that Swap Morocco can pull something off until the very, very bitter end. But man, Chaos, I want to see, man, is tied up with One Piece Esports. Can they hold on to the crown in first place, or are we going to see a new first place team after this?
I reckon we're going to see a new first place team.
Oh.
You know that? With it being so close, One Piece can't take away from their consistency, but we can't take away also from how close it is in the overall standings. VGS, they're a dangerous team. One Piece talked about it, right? That they think VGS are going to be the team challenging them the most. They're only 5 points behind leaders Esports. Can they use the momentum that they garnered from the previous chicken to get another strong result? And Black Cobra, yeah, there's been a slip like we talked about, but that doesn't mean they can't pull it out of the bag when it needs to be done.
True. I want to see if Star Divine can maybe also get himself some decent performance. We saw some great stuff from Merlin.
Okay.
We'll see if it can maybe happen once again. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our last Miramar here for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region is ready to boot. Also, Oppo Reno Series, one of our partnered phones here, powered by the Snapdragon Elite Gaming Processor. You know, if you want to get your gaming experience leveled up and when winning matters, which it pretty much does all the time. No, got to try and pick one of those juicy phones up. I don't know when a phone is juicy though. I don't know why I use that adjective, but juicy regardless.
To be fair, they do a term used to charge a phone is juicing it up, right? So you're perfectly okay to use that descriptive word.
Yes, okay. You know what? You're trying to help me out here and make what I said make sense. So I'd appreciate that. Your phone's going to be juiced up on Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It's cool to go. But playing path, regardless, it's going to be on the more eastern side of Los Higos, all to the northern side of La Cobreria. Pretty decent for a lot of these teams to work with. If you want to go to Al-Azhar, Cruz del Val, Tierra Bronca, might have to stretch that drop just a tad. Other than that, we should be off to a pretty chill early game. So I am looking at Picardo. We are seeing two teams pretty close to one another, so just got to keep that in mind.
Phase 1 complements the playing path, of course. The guitar shape, if you are not aware, I'm sure most people are at this stage, is out of bounds. So there's a good kind of 5 to 7% of the circle currently out of bounds in this Phase 1. But for the most part, can't really complain. Lots of high ground locations such as Crater Fields, the high hills outside of El Pozo, all there for the taking. You have the kind of power grid hillsides, although it's sparse. There's a couple of lockdown positions that are available for a number of these teams in this game 2 of the day. By the way, we've had 6 games, 6 different winners. Yet to see a team grab 2 chicken dinners in this Africa Finals. Who will be the first team to get the bag?
I wonder. It would be really cool if we end the entire tournament and not one single team has got himself 2 chicken dinners. And it would be even better if the first place team is the one that's got no chicken dinners. I think that would be absolutely awesome. High 4DZ. After that great last game, they want to keep getting himself even more points. And man, they are already on a tear. Getting himself the first elimination of the lobby. Eliminated 1 player, Rage of Chaos. And Chaos, man, I do believe one of their players doesn't have a car. White is just pinned down in this location. He does have 2 teammates. A high ground position. Can maybe help him out, but T-Pop is just there. Once again, just pushing his way through and getting himself 2 eliminations for his team. And man, Chaos, as you said, might not be the first place team anymore after this.
Great teamwork by High 4DZ. They dropped as a unit. Yes, there's less loot available, but guess what? They have body power, they have manpower, and they use that to swarm through the 2 Chaos players. And now Chaos are licking their wounds as a 2-person team. Yeah, they're close to the center of the circle, but look at the lack of, the lack of armor. No, the lack of stuff, but even no helmet. Yeah, okay, level 3 vest, but no helmet at all. They're going to be punished, as are Darkness Africa, unfortunately, at the hands of One Piece.
I can't believe it. One Piece eliminated Levi. It confirms it. One Piece is better than Attack on Titan.
Oh my God.
There you go. You should also watch Attack on Titan. I think you might like it. It's really cool.
There's loads of animes I need to watch, apparently.
I can't believe I made you watch One Punch Man Imperium and you didn't like it.
No, I didn't say I didn't like it. Why you put words into my mouth?
You didn't finish it. So...
But that's because... Well, yeah, but that's because I'm not going to finish
wait. Imperium?
Yeah.
Who, in their right mind, starts watching a show, an anime, a manga, whatever. He's like, oh, I love this. This is great. This is fantastic. I'm never going to read it again. Who does that?
Someone that has a life.
I don't like how turn the tables on me. That's not cool. You can't.
Dude, it's the only thing I had to pull out of the bag.
You can't do that.
I mean, I have been playing Uno a lot, so I know my reverse cards.
Oh, that's like an equivalent of a +4 you just did to me. I'm not enjoying my time here. But Loco is enjoying playing around that little ridge side, going to allow him to escape, slither his way out of that position versus Top G. Top G just going to continuously try and take some sneaky shots. Matador is just going to get himself some nice sneaky shots also onto Mandela. But not really expecting it to transfer into anything, so just trying to make sure they get clearance in that position and scare teams away. They're going to just skedaddle.
Yeah, but this is risky for Africa Champions because this is on the southeastern edge of the circle. You have 1X and NT kind of sweeping through Los Leones as well. There could be a bit of a third-party engagement, and Africa Champions made the massive mistake. Okay, not a massive mistake because it only looks worse because it didn't work.
It's unforgivable.
Out. But they did make a little bit of a mistake in the first game by going for the push onto Ultima Outplayed when they kind of didn't need to in the early parts of the game.
Yeah.
I'm all for controlling a position in the circle, but don't go for an unnecessary engagement. Just try and look to manipulate the traffic between Top G and 1XNT. It's kind of like, stirring the pot. Create the mess, but then walk away and let all the others deal with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just a few shots going to be exchanged between the two teams, so not going to result in too much happening, just a few resources used up. Potentially also a few meds, so they're just going to rotate their way through, get himself a decent spot in the circle. So far, we only lost 3 players, so we're off to, a pretty slow start, as we tend to expect on these maps. Things are off to a little bit of a halt right now. Intrigued to see also where the circle's going to end, because most of the time on Miramar, this is a good way that I like to put it. Miramar Phase 1 circle is a lot of the time not very telling of what playstyle you should go with. Phase 2, a lot of times also phase 3 are the ones that are like going to show you are going to play with like high ground terrain and where you should be scouting and trying to like take pot shots very early on. Are going to play with like flat terrain based around compound control. Like right now we don't really know. So I would say elevated positions like where leaders are is a great spot for getting early information and potentially adapt your playstyle based on where phase 2 circle goes.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. Africa champions do opt to kind of move away from that more southeastern edge. Understanding that 1xNT actually kind of rotated ahead of them, so that position is somewhat taken away. One Piece are still, for the most part, all in Picado. They can go up towards the western side of the map through Picado Hill if they want to. High 4DZ are rotating a little bit further south onto that Power Grid hillside. Ultima Rage have a couple of players locked down on that massive high ground to the east of El Pozo, while the other 2 players are continuing to loot up. And yeah, 7E went to La Cabrera, took their time. They've only just finished looting and are now starting to rotate down south through Craterfield's high ground.
That can be a high ground, did you say they're rotating through? Okay, because
yeah,
I was going to say if it's low ground,
ground
that's risky. Like you could always have some teams, especially in the circle, you could have some teams scouting that spot. So just be a little bit careful. But if it's the high ground, it's safe, it's fine. They can just go for it as much as they want. Currently, Star Divine going to be the only team currently outside of the blue, but that's okay. Oh, wait, is it outside? No, it's outside of the blue. Yeah, I was like, wait a second, why are they raid? But it's because they're in the blue zone. That's fine. It's VGS. Still contending. I mean, this is great for them because Chaos losing players early on. VGS, One Piece Esports, Leaders Esports, Black Cobra Africa. These are all teams that can contend and be in first place at the end of this game. So this game could have massive consequences on who's going to make it over to PMNC.
I don't like the fact that Ultima Outplayed are still in Monte Nuevo, Max. I think it's very poor when you have a stronger ability to control the early circles by sending 1 to 2 players a little bit more north across the road. That is way more valuable than holding 4 players inside Monte Nuevo. Disengaging away from a location such as Monte Nuevo, it's very tricky because you're right by a crossroads. So it's extremely open and you know, this phase 2 shifted up, and yes, it goes more heavily up north, in which we could be looking at an El Pozo finish. If they had to move 2 players up north, they'd be much more quicker prepared for this phase 2 shift. So think a little bit further ahead, Ultima Outplayed.
I love Ultima Rage's position though. Like they got himself one of the best positions in the circle when it comes to scouting. The thing is, well, the 2 other players are those 2 players in El Pozo.
They're inside El Pozo.
That's
now they're moving out.
Yeah, that's a little bit late. But normally, if you want to have that split, you would have 2 players on the outskirts of El Pozo, and even then, I think it's too much of a stretch. The best split to have in that position is 2 players on the hills, and 2 players in that compound to the west of the hills, like towards that field area. That is a great, amazing 2-2 split, because if you want to leave the high ground, send the cars down, regroup. It takes like 10 seconds tops, and you're already back up as a foreman. It's an amazing way to do it. So I don't think they had the opportunity this game, unfortunately, but having 2 players inside El Pozo itself is a bit of a stretch, to say the least.
And once again, apologies, Ultima Outplayed. I'm not trying to rag on you, but typical example, both VGS and SWAT, both VGS and SWAT Morocco jumped ahead of Ultima Outplayed simply because they didn't think ahead.
What did they do to you, Imperium?
They didn't rotate well.
Ah, damn. You're offended by that? I
am.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Don't rotate poorly, guys. Imperium's going to be real mad. He's going to find your IP address, and he's going to come find you.
Jesus Christ, man. I'm not going to go that far. Like, chill.
Oh, sorry. I'm just talking about, your Saturday afternoon hobbies, Imperium. You love finding people's IP addresses and just...
Dude, that's not even a good thing. No, man. Like, dude, like that...
Imperium exposed on stream for felony. He's going down.
Man.
We got him.
Like,
I could just see the FBI writing things down like, this is gold. Write that down. Write that down.
It's fine. I've moved recently. They won't be able to find my new address.
Oh, yeah, very soon. He's moving up in the mountains. He's leaving. He's going in hiding for a few. But yeah. High 40Z.
I'm going incognito.
On both website and in real life. But yeah, High 40Z are exactly in the spot that I said would be a great split for Ultima Rage. Holding down this position, it's not the easiest to breach. So if this circle keeps going in this spot, like, again, we could see High DZ in a position where they could tend to go for chicken dinner.
Is this all your eggs in one basket, though, from High4DZ? You know, how many vehicles have they got to use? Have they been able to protect them all? That does leave me a little bit worried, despite knowing the strength of that compound. Top G being aggressive so far, up to 1 elimination, looking for more from African champions.
Okay, Africa champions. Oh, they also got Mandela. There was Flushed. He got himself one player that's knocked. Ah, man, the downfall is maybe starting right now for African champions, unfortunately. It would be unfortunate to see them fall off this early on in the day. Just checking a few nades. I think that one missed. Oh, no, he actually did go through the window. Kamara's going to try and push his way out. He's got an M16, not the best clutch weapon. You can't do anything. If also you only have a few nades just coming your way. So I think, yeah, Africa champions might be just looking at their final moments where they could have gone for a chicken dinner, but as a two-man on Miramar, it's not looking great.
There's a cluster of action down on the southern edge of the circle between Star Divine and 1x. NT, I'm sure we'll move over to that as the next circle is about to pop up. But actually, no, it's also 3 teams with Leaders Esport. Is Leaders Esport involved in that as well? No, it's just 2 teams. My apologies. Leaders Esport on the western edge of the circle now, as we see a massive northern shift. Creator Fields finish? Yes, please, and thank you very much.
Cobra, I want to see Black Cobra go for the wide rotate or One Piece. One Piece is another team that could do it. Wide rotate east, high ground position on the high ground eastern edge.
On the northern edge of Crater Fields?
Yeah, north or east. Like, those two options works fine, but go there and scout. It is so good. I think we are seeing, like, One Piece currently going in that spot, so I'm really liking what I'm seeing from One Piece. This is a good rotate. We'll see if they can make full usage out of it, but oh my word, High4DZ are leaving very, very early on, despite them having a great spot. So it seems like they're just getting caught mid-rotate with their pants down, and Ultimate Rage are just able to, slow down the rotate.
That's what I was worried about with High4D. Just a little bit now. Seems to be, successful-ish. Is that they kind of put all their eggs in one basket of that position inside Phase 2, and it kind of ended up going heavily against them in this Phase 3 shift. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, as Ultimate Outplay do lose a player, by the way, and Ultimate Rage on their own right. Slay is down to a little bit of health, pulls off first aid, and the rest of the team, considering they dropped an El Pozo, they seem to be a team in one of the weaker positions inside this inside the circle, Max.
It's like it could really hurt them, so we'll see if they can try and redeem themselves in that regard. Impulse going to be popped away and instantly flushed out by Sanchi, man. They are thirsty for blood right now, looking for every juicy point they can secure. They're trying to move their way out. They're currently in the blue. You got to start thinking of leaving Montenuevo position. You said it, man. There were some teams here that were maybe sticking to the position a little bit too long. And it does seem that these 2 teams, I mean, especially this one, is going to be ultimate outplayed. Stuck to Montenuevo way too long. Not only that, lost 3 players in the process. And now Gohan, I'm not even sure if they have a car right now available, but it seemed like the ultimate outplay, they're just going to keep having some real troubles in these games.
Black Cobra didn't quite really go on towards the northeastern side of Crater Fields. They've opted to go for a more direct rotation up the mountain in a more centralized location. This feels sad, man. KS, even though they're down to 2 players, did variably rotate from the eastern side now onto the northern edge, just outside of the Cabri area. Kind of playing the right kind of game that a duo should. Passive, avoid all the action, go kind of, go with the flow of the circle, per se, and let the other team scramble to get in. So, yeah, credit to Chaos despite losing 2 players in a silly way early on.
Top G going to be leaving on this compound, also making it right through the field. Matador, just going to be healing up real quick, and they're going to try and take themselves some nice shots. Mad Max style. They're both so low, and the Blues actually might just do it. The Blues might just be enough, and it is with the shots connecting for Mons. That's 2 easy points eliminations potentially secured for them. They're up to 4 total. And
oh my god.
All right. Easy points again, I guess.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures, calls for desperate rotations when you have these kind of shifts, especially around the mountain terrains of El Pozo. Phase 5 did shift down south. The 7E, by the way, they are just chilling, grilling on this high ground of Crater Fields.
But that 2-2 split, Imperium. That 2-2 split from Black Cobra could be massive. If the execution and the way they regroup, and especially the timing at which they regroup is played to perfection, this could be their game also. Because right now they've got a lot of options to just pick whichever spot they want, and wherever they want to bank on, they can easily take it as a 4-man crew. So we'll see. I think that currently, if I had to pick one team to win, it'd have to be Black Cobra Africa. But we'll see how things are going to unfold. You still have 13 teams. They're not all good in the hood right now.
Jesus, Chaos really wanting to avoid all the chaos. They actually went into the blue of Phase 4 circle and went from the very north over onto the very eastern side onto those compounds down the mountainside. Absolutely fantastic rotation from the duo of Chaos.
I mean, it's only Phase 4 right now, so if there's one time you want to pull off a blue zone rotate, it is going to be now. Next zone would be a little bit too late, so it seems like the timing on that side is good as leaders. Unfortunately, not able to follow up that chicken dinner with another strong performance, but Ultimate Rage, they're going to be banked on. Slay is going to be instantly picked up, but it doesn't matter as they get instantly clapped back by a bunch of nades, I believe it is, and Ultimate Rage, they're picking up 4 eliminations right away. 15th place before this game, Imperium. They really need a win, and this is off to a great start for them as they're still alive as a 4-man crew. 22
points coming into this one, only 6 points behind 14th, and 20 to 25 points behind kind of the top 8, and that jump up is very possible. They've been playing fantastically so far, as are High 4 DZ. 2 games in a row, looking pretty solid in this day 2.
He's done.
But is he? Yeah, he's done diddly on 4. But still, even though only 2 eliminations, I still think it was a pretty decent game 2.
Star Divine also going to be suffering casualty after casualty after casualty, and Revenant. We'll see if he can be the Revenant in this game, but unfortunately with the Blues End just chasing him down, and he's just sniped by Ghost. I don't know how the hell you survive that. And as you said, 7E team, literally chilling until the very, very last second of this game, it might be. The high ground position, getting all the information in the world. They got one player even higher up, which is Law, with a Car 98 that's been buffed, by the way, in the most recent update. Is going to be Headshot City for them very soon.
I don't know how they lost one player. I don't know if it was maybe Star Esports on the kind of more northern side of Crater Field. Simple went down. 3 players is going to make it a little bit harder to control the very late stages of the game as Ultimate Rage played down on the southwestern edge of the circle onto the road. The Valley of the Damned is VGS looking to slow them down.
Switching to the first person perspective to be a little bit more precise on the nade. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ultimate Rage versus VGS, not an easy team to take down. They circle right onto Black Cobra Africa. I want to see the 2 other players in the southeast regroup. If they regroup and get that position as a 4-man team, this could be massive for them here. The Hope going to be on the front line for his team. Do you want to go back to your squad, or do you want to hold on to that ridge? It's going to be a risk. Nice nade, puts him down to mid HP. It's Phantom X. What's the game plan? Do you leave or do you hold? Seems like they're going to transcend some of their forces forward. And this could liberate a lot of space for VGS, but they've still got so much ground to cover to even just make it in the circle. This ain't looking too good for VGS, Imperium.
No, it's not. They've a big challenge ahead of them because there's a number of teams such as Ultimate Rage, Swap Morocco, 7E, all on the high ground, going to slow them down, stop them, and pepper those shots. They lose hope now. They're down to a duo, and it is a pray, hope for the best, and see if you can make it into the edge.
Sure, Hope does get knocked, but even if he just creates an opportunity for his 2 other teammates to make it to the circle, that's a win in my books. Like, he's just created a potentially turn around of a situation for his team. Now they've got some good high ground position. They can keep that spot on the western edge a little bit easier from the high ground spot. We'll have to see. As Ross going to be pushing his way forward onto One Piece, but man, the hold down is just there. Sure, they do lose Iraqi, as you know, he likes to rage apparently. But man, the hold down happened, and 5 limb so far. One Piece in a great spot in the south.
Not gonna lie, I kind of totally forgot that One Piece is still in this game. They stayed somewhat quiet as a mouse. A 2-1 split. How dare me indeed, and pay the ultimate price. Red. He wants to be the king of the mountain. He wants to be the king of the castle. He wants to be a dirty rascal.
I still remember when some players from Box Gaming did that in the World League, and it's like,
it's true.
It's a core memory right now in our brains. But Aegon trying to trace some nades. That was his last nade, by the way. Only 7 smokes remaining, and he's just getting peppered from a distance. No way you can escape that one. And I think One Piece, loses himself an extra player, so down to 2 for them. That's Ultimate Rage. A lot of space has been created on the southern west, but losing his present. Taka's picked away, but Alaraf with an amazing angle on Ultimate Rage. 2 for the price of 1. That's a great deal, and he's not going to say no to that. 5 eliminations with the potential of going up to 7. Phantom X, the last player for his team, is going to try his best to survive as long as he can.
Walsh from Black Cobra, though, did steal a couple of those kills as Phantom X spurs around, can't survive. And that's going to be Black Cobra taking him out in the end.
Nice try, but unfortunately, not going to be able to make it any further than that. At least give himself a little bit of extra damage. Those stats are going to look good. But One Piece Snap. The thing is, you've got to make it uphill now. All the teams are not uphill at this point in the game. I'm sorry to say, but I do not think you're getting any further in this match. Like Tom from One Piece, sure, you might get the res onto your teammate on Alaraf, but is it really going to help you out to get this push to get to where Black Cobra Africa are? I don't think so. So it's going to be a tough one for the teams down below to really push for themselves.
Star Esport. I believe they have 2 players left. No, 3 players. 1 is down. So potentially back up as a full squad. Marty is driving into the vehicle and he's most likely going to lose his life. No, not quite. Just trying to get an idea. 1-1 split from Chaos is helping them somewhat in this crazy circle finish.
Great spray down. Kariboy is going to be suffering the brunt of that AKM spray. Actually, Star, our backup Star Esport as a 4-man crew. Oh, they did get himself 2 knocked now. Okay, it's not looking too good. Okay, take that one back. Red. He's just peppering his way down onto all the teams down below. As we said it, you are not safe. Seeing where Chaos currently stand, but they're not safe too because they have to actually start rotating some of their players around. They got some in the circle. At least that's good. Hamodi tries to go for the jump down, but it does not quite connect.
Oh
He's going to be eliminated,
God.
and man, Malek up to 600 damage in this game. Really, really keeping the hopes alive for VGS.
Man, Despacito Fajita, the solo player for Black Cobra Africa in this Miramar game. Red peppering down the bullets to continue to slow down Star Esports, because here's the thing. His teammate's on his own, but he's going to get knocked from Ghost to 7E.
Ghost has been just so good on that long range this entire match so far, but he gets spotted and he gets shot down.
There
Hulk
you
and
go.
Law. Can they bring Ghost back to life? I'm not too sure. It's not an easy push. They're not yet in the circle, and a lot of teams are still alive over on the western edge. Objective is to escape the gaze of Red. And being where they are, actually they're somewhat safe from Red. Red cannot peek that far down. So they should be okay.
He has to drive down. He has to drive down the mountain.
Yeah, but if he drives down there, he's going to be spotted. There's no way he can drive down that way. I would say you try and... I mean, actually, he has no teammates around him, so he's got no option, actually. You're right, Imperium. That's his only way. He's going to have to drive his way down, and he sends it crashing. Not sure how far he's going to go, but it's definitely not an easy push for him. That's VGS now going to be willing to take that fight versus 7E.
Yeah, it was 7E to get the final blow into Chaos. Still, once again, a pretty consistent result for Chaos. Yeah, great job for them in this game too. Yet to find themselves a chicken dinner. 7E have not got themselves a chicken dinner. Star Esports have not got themselves a chicken dinner. VGS have got themselves a chicken dinner. And One Piece have got themselves a chicken dinner. So potentially, once again, 7 games, 7 different winners.
We've got to keep the tradition alive right now, Imperium. That's the most important part. I don't care who makes it to PMNC. I just want one chicken dinner for all different teams. That will be peak fiction right there.
It's Thanksgiving after all, right? So you got to share the love.
Exactly, love it. It's great to see. There, Tom. Oh, the push-up. He's going to hear the footsteps. I think he's going for the first aid right now, so that could definitely give him a little bit of an edge on that fight. I reckon he's got himself the Grows. Only 30 bullets, though. Not easy to get himself that 1v2. Switch up to the 40 bullet on the M4. We'll also see Malik going for his own push. Alaraf still alive, keeping things going for his team. Right behind the tree, and he's pushing up with a mini 14. It's 1 bullet, but as you know, that is not going to cut it. VGS eliminated, and One Piece still gunning for that potential chicken dinner.
I think that's all he had in terms of, you know, bullets and the use of reloading, and he had to go for it. And yeah, desperate play indeed. Alaraf clutching up, giving One Piece the opportunity to potentially get a second chicken dinner of these finals, while 7E continue to control the western high ground of this Phase 7. Star Esports, they played on the north, they played quiet, they've only got 2 eliminations, but they are in the top 3.
It was sad to not see 7E get himself a chicken dinner yesterday on that massively strong Erangel match we had. I think it was the second Erangel of the day, where they just had a great hold in the center circle. It was amazing to see. that could have been a great chicken dinner, but if they get this one, I will still be highly impressed with what 70 has brought to the table in this Snapdragon Pro Series. As Araf still with the Groza, not sure if he had himself an extra clip, it doesn't matter as he gets shot in the back by Hulk. Now it's down to that 2v2 v1. Tom now going to try and potentially race for second place position. Had 666 trying his best to breach up onto Law's position, but he's struggling to hold onto the ridge line. But he has Hulk still there, holding his back right behind him.
Focus on one direction. Focus on one direction. You can't take two teams at once.
Oh, wow! That nade, massive turnaround coming on through. Carry Boy, what the hell just happened? Not only they get 2 eliminations, they get the highest point on the map, all the information they require to just raid it down onto one piece. What just happened for Star Esports? That's a turnaround and a half. Spray from Tom, trying his best to just potentially get a knock, but even if he gets a knock, can he follow it up? I'm not sure. The nade comes through from a mile away. Insanely well executed. The grenades are on point, and Star Esports secured himself the second chicken dinner of the day. And truly, after this game, we can say Imperium, the Star truly are the limit for them.
7th game, 7th chicken dinner for a separate team per se. That's basically, we have yet to see a team once again get more than one chicken dinner. Star Esports have aligned the stars in the right way to claim that result, and look, credit to them. They like I said, they moved through the north. They played it pretty quiet. They stayed out of trouble. 70, it was them that made the mistake in the end. You know, I made light of it. They had to push in one direction. They couldn't take two fights at once, and they paid the ultimate price. They got sandwiched down into third.
It's great for 70 because before this game they had, what was that, 35 points, so they're still going to get himself a lot of extra points in this game. And then you have himself Star Esports just able to just set himself so far forward, because before this they had, what was that, 44 points. They were in 8th position, and they were actually the second highest team without a chicken dinner, so that's really going to allow them to just jump up so much higher on the top, on the first page of the overall ranking. So man, amazing step up. I'm really, really impressed with what we saw in this match. And sad to say that was our last Miramar, but having ourselves a position finish around that spot in general and how the high ground was played by so many different teams was very, very impressive. But man, I'm hyped to see what's going to be happening in our next 3 matches. Only 3 more matches remaining in Pyramid, and we're going to know who's going to be making it to PMNC. We'll have to see what's going to be happening on the next match right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
Once again, the stars were the limit for Star Esports, and they do secure themselves their first chicken dinner. I feel like we said the first chicken dinner for a lot of teams right now in Imperium. Actually,
yeah,
it's been 7 matches till we've said that now. Still no double chicken dinners for any teams involved, but man, this high ground plan, how every team was able to rotate around it. A great showcase of just macro in general. And man, 7E team, despite not getting himself a chicken dinner, really impressed me in this game.
Yeah, definitely. This kind of terrain around Crater Fields is very difficult because, you know, similar to Everest terrain or on Erangel or the Northwest Island Mountain on Sanhok, you're limited in how you can really kind of rotate, and the paths are a little bit more predictable for teams that already have that position locked down. So if you're able to think a little bit outside the box and time the rotations to perfection, yeah, you can pull something out of the bag. And 7E were relatively early on the western side of Crater Fields on the high ground, and they made it count.
Exactly, I think a lot of teams were able to just make some great plays in general. Even One Piece would get himself some great clutch moment. VGS were able to just move themselves out of what I think was one of the worst situations in that game. Not because of their rotation made sense, but it's just they got caught off guard by a team that was in a little bit of a better position, and things started to get a little bit sticky, so they just sent themselves one play, and it worked out great. But we're going to take a quick look at the match rankings this game to see exactly how many points were taken home by Star Esports at the very, very top of this match. And it's 21 points. It's not close to the 30-point average we had earlier in Imperium, but it's still a step in the right direction for Star Esports, a team that we said did need himself a good game to be able to unlock their position.
But it's interesting because, you know, it feels like we're in the upside down, because for the second Erangel game in these finals, the chicken dinner winner points is quite low, right? It was 18 yesterday, 21 now. That works out as an average of roughly 20 points per chicken dinner. So yeah, it works out. One Piece, 20 points once again. Chaos. It may not be, you know, that strong team performance, but considering they lost 2 players early on, to variably rotate and to avoid all of the action between the north and the eastern side and pick up 9 points, hey, credit where it's due to try to hold on to the top 3.
Yeah, it's looking great so far. They're able to do so in pretty good fashion, but still some teams that I want to see do well. Africa Champions, that's 2 pretty big L's they took back-to-back, and that really hurt. I mean, we're going to see exactly how much hurt has been dealt to Africa Champions after these 2 poor results, because on the overall rankings, I'm telling you, it is not going to look too pretty for them. But here we go, checking out the overall rankings, how things are panning out. And Africa Champions, Imperium currently on the second half of the rankings. They can't allow themselves to keep slipping, or otherwise that dream of being in top 3 might just slip out of reach.
And I'm low-key starting to lose a little bit of faith in Top G. They've yet to climb out of the bottom 8 and into the top, so I don't really want to mention them outside of that. Star Esports into 5th place. 7E have moved into the top 8 off the back of that chicken dinner. Sorry, not chicken dinner, but strong result on 50 points. But One Piece are building a little bit of a cushion. It's not the biggest cushion in the world, but 11 points, considering how close and kind of, you know, vapid these games are, is something to think about coming into the next game.
I mean, we said it in Imperium. I asked you the question, do you think Chaos can still be in first place after the last match? He said no. There's One Piece Esport able to give himself a great presence. And man, Alaraf has been really impressive with the team. Araki has been going down a little bit early today, I do feel, from time to time. But in general, it does feel like that cohesion is there, that communication is really strong. When the team is present as a 4-man, it works great. But even when there's only 2 players, they still are a threat to be reckoned with. So I do really appreciate what One Piece Esport have been able to bring to the table throughout this Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm really enjoying it. And Black Cobra Africa, I still feel Imperium, this could have been their win. They still got themselves a decent amount of points. Okay, it's definitely not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination, but there was that potential with that strong 2-2 split where it could have been maybe a little bit more. But that's just my high standards that are hard to beat.
No, I agree. I agree completely. I really do. Looking down at the bottom, Swap Morocco starting to let it slip away along with Ultima Rage, High 4DZ. One good game isn't going to cut it, guys. You need to continue to get more. 34 points for themselves, and Star Divine not looking so divine in 12th place.
The thing is, you're saying, though, one game and you're potentially back up there. But even then, now there's only 3 matches left. You played 7 matches total.
Exactly.
One match is just not gonna cut it. One match, one really strong performance might, and I really do want to like express the word might. It might put you back somewhat in the race for that top 3. And even then, it is not going to be enough. You're going to have to follow that up with, I would even say, another chicken dinner. So, unfortunately, after this next game, I'm going to be even more harsh, and I'm going to have to start cutting teams out of the race entirely. So we need to start seeing a rise from the bottom teams, like your Darkness Africa, Swap Morocco, Ultima Rage, High 4DZ, Star Divine, 1XNT. Even Top G said no, I've been a little bit disappointed by their performance so far today. If we don't see them in this next match, I'm sorry, but PMNC is going to be a big red cross. Is not going to be happening for you guys.
Exactly. We're getting to the point with only 3 games left where, yeah, we're going to have to cross some people's journey off in the Snapdragon Pro Series X PMCO finals, because that's just the way it is. We need to be a little bit harsh and kind of say, hey, look, goodbye, good luck next year, and start to focus with the 3 games, 2 games, 1 game to go into teams that not only, you know, have shown us potentially what they can do, but even of course, more importantly, mathematically, that they're still in the running to qualify for the top 3. There is about roughly a 20-point gap between 3rd and 4th, roughly, give or take. So that's something to think about. And again, with 3 games to go, and you're looking at a roughly an average of 30 points per chicken dinner, that can go out the window just like that. You could say at the snap dragon of a finger.
I wasn't expecting that, but I like that. That's actually a really good transition, Imperium. Good job.
Thank you.
Brought to you still by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, by the way. There's no plug to do right now, but I'm going to do it anyways because they're cool guys. And thank you very much for letting me know. Without them, the Snapdragon Pro Series would not be happening in the first place, and it just allows these teams to potentially truly express themselves through their gameplay, which is 10 billion times better than what we can do, Imperium. That's why we're here talking about it. But now I'm looking at the teams right at the top 3. If we stopped right now, the 3 teams to make it into PMNC would be One Piece Esport, Chaos, VGS Esport. Not gonna lie, if we still have these top 3 teams at the end of the day, and these are the 3 teams we have making into the 2 potential PMNCs for this region, I would be sold. I think that these are the teams that have showcased the most skill so far in this lobby. We've seen some good stuff on Black Cobra Africa, Star Esport, but really VGS, Chaos, One Piece Esport, one thing that has been showcased throughout these 2 days of play so far is consistency. And I can tell you, if you're reaching into PMNC, if you're reaching into PMPL, consistency is pretty important for like month-long tournaments in particular.
Can I counter VGS on that? I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think VGS have been consistent enough at all. I feel like Chaos and One Piece have been a cut above them when it comes to consistency, at least. Yeah, they're in third because they deserve to be there and they've gotten the relevant results, but in terms of consistency, I'm not so certain on that. I look at them as being in a very similar situation as Black Cobra and Up and Down. It's just they've got to make sure that their ops, with 3 games to go, are just so much more effective than their downs.
No, I respect that counter. I do agree with the fact in terms of at least points that have been coming out from VGS has been a little bit of a struggle bus. But I think in terms of the playstyle we showcase, I think that there's some sort of consistency. Like there's a game plan that
okay, fair enough.
Things tend to work out a little bit more than like you would see potentially some of the teams below the top 3 right now. So yeah, of course there's always some stuff that can be worked and improved upon, but it's a 2-day tournament. No, you get what you get, and we'll see what VGS will get at the end of these next 3 matches. But Erangel back on the menu. I would like to see some rough circles here because the first circle was pretty chill for them on the first Erangel. I would like to see some really horrible circles here. Potentially a Zaki. No, okay. I saw Hot Jukes on PMGC was asking for a Zaki finish. Big copium. You asked for a Pachinki finish. Didn't happen.
Hey.
I want to see something.
but in that game, the circle did end quite heavily up north.
It did.
You know,
that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
I still want to Stolber finish because we have the I forget what we call them in English, like the cabins to like just make your way up the mountain. At least it's on the minimap. I don't know if it's in the map itself. But we'll have to see.
Is it are you talking about the lumberyard cabins?
No, for Stolber. Stolber.
Oh yeah, the cabins of Stolber.
The thingy things that you used to go when you were going skiing. You know, those.
Oh, the ski elevator thing.
The ski elevator thing, yes, that thing, Imperium. I'd like to see it being used. Could be interesting, especially because it's a way to get up the mountain that doesn't explode, and it's got some decent coverage. So, we'll see. Could be interesting. But here we go. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again for our next match of the day. It's match number 3 here of day 2 for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. That's one of our last 2 Erangels, Imperium. So make it count while you still can. 1 chicken dinner, once again, could make a massive difference. And I tell you, Imperium, this is my prediction for this game. After this game, we'll have a team that has 2 chicken dinners.
That's a bold prediction.
Is it bold? I mean, we have 7 teams now with a chicken dinner. I just need one of those 7 teams to get a win, and I'm good. I don't think it's that bold. I think you're giving me too much credit right now.
I'm still going to say that's a bold prediction.
Okay, thanks.
Simply because the one of the 2 teams that have really showed consistency haven't even gotten a chicken dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm kind of looking at a team that can get a chicken dinner, it's Chaos, and that would mean we go 8 games without a chicken dinner.
So you would say Chaos get himself the win this time? Is that your bold prediction?
Well, yeah, I suppose that. Yeah, if we're going on bold predictions per se, yeah, that is my bold prediction. But also, this phase 1 is pretty bold. It's quite central on the map, but with a lot of military island in play.
I feel like our bold predictions are not bold at all. They're just like normal predictions. They're pretty standard when it comes to predictions. But we'll see. But yeah, a little bit of a fight happening here in the Gatka field positions. As High 4DZ here, still looking for success in these matches. Comes to have a decent start in game 1, but chicken dinner, that's really what High 4DZ are really going to be aiming for in this match. And a lot of handgun action going to be happening here. Blanca, his own, try and get those 15 bullets, try and make them count versus the Desert Eagle of Diaz. Nice, the team's been able to regroup a little bit. So it's going to be a little bit of back and forth, but really, unfortunately, you can't have this many players get some good loot in this compound. So this is going to be a bit of a messy fight, I would say.
Yeah, I've been meaning to say every time I see Blanca from Darkness Africa, I just think of Blank. And I'm like, Blank plays Pro PUBG Mobile?
It's a Smurf.
Yeah, OP.
His main is his main account, he's a talent, he's a caster, and his Smurf, he's a player. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I don't know why, just, you know, I always think Blank, like, then I just imagine him in the team commentating his own game, which is why they aren't doing well.
What? Whoa, bro. Whoa. Unless I thought you were gonna be nice to the blank guy. Come on.
No, but you know,
Nah,
if you're like, okay, so Blanket goes over here while he's
wow.
playing, you know. Then as he dies, he's like, "Oh, my teammate just died over here. Now we're down to just one player." That kind of thing.
I feel like it really wouldn't help out if they got proximity chat on. You know, and you're just like giving all the information over to the enemy team. Oh, we're pushing up the stairs. Wait, they're pushing up the stairs? What's going on?
It would be worse if he was doing that on all chat. But either way, look, Darkness Africa go down, and it wasn't any disrespect to them, but at the end of the day, they're in 16th place. They've gone out first. Their journey in the Snapdragon Pro Series is done for. Thank you very much, Darkness Africa, for even getting to this point. I will always say well done to going from 256 teams to the top 16. That does deserve a decent bit of credit.
Some decent nade action that was coming through for a second there. Enjoy how things were working out, but Top G, very low, and I don't think they have the resources to really heal up right now. They're just on a sliver of HP. 3 bullets would be enough to get a squad wipe pretty much right now.
Oh my god.
They need to try and run this one.
They're like feathers. You just touch them and they'll go down.
Pretty much.
You know, just poke them, like, you know, poke, and they'll just fall away.
So that's a very small poke.
Poke.
Okay. I'm thinking of pokers. I don't know why.
Because I said poke.
Probably. That would explain.
And you're easily influenced.
Yes, true. Also, that is very true. I don't like. I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
But at least Nagato's been able to find some form of healing, an energy drink as well. Alexander moving around in a buggy to try and reposition. A great bait play from Alexander, I might add. I'm sure they are aware that, you know, a decent few of the players from Top G are somewhat battered and bruised. There would have been a limited amount of healing in that area, and yeah, Alexander just trying to cause any kind of distraction.
Yeah, just going to cause a little bit of dismay and misinformation on the side of Top G. And 1xNT here, just looking once again for that 3v3. It is a fight, I would say. If you could leave it, it's still phase 1. The circle's closing up around you. It's still the early stage. It's okay to come out as a 3-man. Like, it's okay. You get himself 1 point on the elimination. You lose 1 player. Boom. Even trade between the two parties. Just let it be. You don't have to push this any further, but it seems like there's no dodging it. And also this circle Imperium. We didn't talk about the circle too much, but it also does include almost 100% of Sanhok Island. So there's a chance, you know, it could happen where it does go to Sanhok Island. So if it shifts south, which is a high chance that might be happening, this fight would be even worse, and it would have such a drastic impact on the team. So, and also third party might be happening here. So Ultimate outplayed, might be able to pick up a few pieces, and they do. They do. Keen is there with the DP, gets as is instantly knocked down, and the flush is almost instantaneous. But Nagato, I think, steals it away. That's going to be a bit of a weird fight to kick off this game.
Yeah, now 1xNT just left with 2 players. You're right about the third party, you called it, and they could be looking for more. And for Ultimate outplayed, they're not really going to care who it is. If they see a body, they're going to shoot at it down the hill. As Alexander tries to survive, clutches up with the Uzi to get the knock at the Matador.
I'll be pushing with the M16, not the best kind of weapon to take these early game fights. We don't really have an option.
Oh,
Sanchi,
no.
a little bit greedy on the peak. He does get punished on the counter side, but luckily enough, the heal can come through, and Mons, he's just going to snake his way out of here.
You know what, though? I'm going to say that was okay. Because you have 2 angles of looking at it. One angle is that you know that there's another team on the other side of the hill. Don't take the risk because that third party could be even worse. But then on the other hand, you kind of want to confirm those eliminations because it's extra points and you don't want to give them over to a third party team. So arguably, yeah, I say that was, even though it didn't look the best, it was a worthwhile risk to confirm those elimination points.
I feel like Mons wanted to leave that position, and he's like, screw it. I'll just stick around. I'll just stick around, see if I can pick up a few pieces along the way. That'll be good. That could be pretty massive if it works out for him. Cheeky third party. But I like this third party. Compared to what we saw a little bit earlier from Ultimate Outplay, this, I think, is good. They were in a great position, not really taking too much of a risk because it's hard for the other teams to really fight back in that kind of position. You can easily potentially turn the tides in your favor. Little spray down there with the Uzi. Have a great idea of where the players on 1xNT currently stand.
Oh, it's a lovely nade.
It's not going to connect. because he's in that other room, and you should know that from this position, you can't really nade that room, so you got to get another angle. You got to rotate down south if you really want to connect that nade.
And to be fair, it's a bit of an example of what you said, where players are kind of throwing away utility when they don't need to use it.
Ooh.
You know you got the body advantage. You've third-partied this already. Just go in, bodies first, and clean it up. Another one comes through, just one player left up.
I wasn't sure that nade was going to work out, but Gohan really made that one connect in great fashion. Snipe, though, gets spotted away by Mons. I think that might be a flush. That could be an extra point, though, that every point might be able to matter for Top G. Then a position currently in 10th, where they still have a chance to make it up in the rankings. And that's it for 1xNT. Swiped off the planet's surface. Or the battleground surface, should I say. And Mons will be able to just stay alive. And still looking for that flush onto Snipe. I think he might be able to get it, but he's right behind that tree. So very hard to actually spot it out. And I think that we're just looking at the potential end here of Top G Imperium.
I appreciate the focus from Ultimate Play, by the way, off the back of their player getting knocked, not slowing down against 1xNT, confirming that squad type, and then they can focus on the final player of Top G. There you go. A few teams, though, as we see Phase 2 pop up, and it does shift over to the east, still a good chunk of Military Island in play. Teams that already kind of locate themselves in some good positions of Phase 1. Black Cobra Africa and Swap Morocco, both going for coastal line mainland positions. High 4 DZ off the back of squad wiping Darkness Africa early on in Gaka, moving down to the coastal line of the Western Bridge and the lighthouse area. Always a great place to lock down, and when you have the threat of Military Island in play, it gives you that kind of double option of going into the island or staying on the mainland.
Exactly, that option can have drastic impact on this game depending on what play is going to be taken by these teams. VGS into Hive for DZ. Savage is going to be the one to initiate the breach, with Hope having a great angle to Typok. Didn't quite get the line of sight to actually secure himself that one. Great nade. Typok just barely going to be able to hold on to his life. Will instantly try and pop the first aid, but I don't think that's going to work out. He's done. He's knocked. No one there to really back him up, so he's going to be flushed in a matter of time. And yeah, high 4DZ. That spread sure makes sense. Oh, Malik. Disgusting spray down from VGS. Hits the headshot. And yeah, high 4DZ, I think this might just be GG for them. This split, you cannot take this fight.
Yeah, VGS pushing on quite effectively, and I suppose this is the power of VGS that you alluded to, that touched upon the consistency-ness of VGS, and I suppose how dangerous they can be at the top of the standings, currently lying in second place. Already now with with 2 eliminations, creating a bit of a cushion against Chaos. It's not much, but it could go a long way. Chaos in their own right there at the moment in the mainland, down to southwest of Pichinki at the moment. Leaders Esports are holding on to the eastern bridge, but they have 70 kind of battling for the control outside Milta. Star Esports are to the northeast of Milta. Phase 2 Blue Zone is starting to creep in.
I think this is a really good time for Leaders Esports to leave that position, and also they have Sky in the distance where Wanda and the rest of the team are going. This is a great position in this type of circle, because you're expecting the circle to somewhat center up towards the west side of farm. At least that's the kind of like conclusion you can draw out of what's been happening in previous circles, and also where the river is and where Sanhok Island is in play. Southern shift normally should be out of the question. Center should be the lowest it can go, or straight or north or east or to the west. So I think that this position that we have from Leaders is great. Swap Morocco, also in a great spot. Black Cobra Africa, also in an amazing spot. All the teams that are pretty much on the coastal line are in amazing positions. Not only them, I think Star also are in a good spot. So a lot of teams actually playing central and next to the coastal line are looking good.
Which Star? You talking about Star Esport or Star Divine?
The yellow one. They have to say
that's Star Divine.
Star Divine. There you go. That's why I said just Star to not say random.
Fair. No worries. Phase 3. That's a very tricky shift. A good chunk of landmass has been ripped away from the teams because, of course, the waters in play between the mainland and the military island. Farm and the compounds on the coastline. Leaders Esports couldn't be happier with that circle shift because they have the AAA compound, or one of the AAA compounds inside this phase 3 circle.
It's looking really good for Leaders Esports. We'll see, of course, because seeing this circle, I don't think is going to end up finishing on Leaders Esports compound, but at least for now, it's a great spot, and you can easily transition away from it if the execution is on point. Africa Champions, though, looking for another breach. Has not been looking great, their breaches today. Third attempt. We'll see if this one will be the correct one. As they go, approach versus Star Divine. There you go. Time for the breach. Citizen want to initiate the hostilities, get himself done. It's going even further. Oh, it's not looking good. Star Esport. Can they hold down the pieces as the 4-man so far is looking like that is indeed the case. Their first elimination was picked up. And I think we're even seeing some third parties happening from a distance. So they're on
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they're not safe. This fight is not going to be too easy to pick up. Citizen on the front line there with the AKM. Gets the spray down, gets the squad wipeout. And they will hold on strong. That is going to be Star Esport holding on to the compound.
7E doing a great job of third partying, and indeed it's the third compound crash in a row in terms of games from Africa Champions, and it hasn't worked out. They really need to reevaluate how they push on the buildings. I can appreciate the effort, but when you try the same thing over and over again and don't change the results, that's a big question mark on your communication, on your synergy as a team. And it feels bad considering what we saw from Africa Champions in the Sanhok game yesterday. It is a map coming up next, so it could be the game that they keep themselves in the running for the top 3. Remains to be seen, but great defense from Star Esports. Star Divine moved down the roadside hill that you said they had a great position from in the previous circle, looking good on the outskirts of farm for the time being. Milta powering that northern hillside where you have one piece at the moment. You also have High 4DZ and Ultima Rage all vying for a spot inside the circle that they can call home.
Just tearing down Ultima Rage, it seems right now, especially with that M4 just going to go for a few sneaky one-taps in the distance, and it's working out great. Ultima Rage struggling, Tom hitting the headshot. And they're just going to be able to pick up a few pieces here and there. But you know, Imperium, why I said the last circle, it shouldn't be able to shift south anymore. This circle could. It could go right on that dip. It does not, luckily enough.
Okay.
There's still so much water in play, and especially those beaches south of Milta are technically not playable because it's just flat terrain and it's horrible to go into. So I would say a third of the circle is not playable clearly right now. So you can play for the city edges. That would be the west of Milta, a great spot to go for right now.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that because I know it's still only technically phase 4, but I tell you what, this is the kind of circle where it's okay to full send it into the city of Milta. Right, when you have kind of the majority of the mainland and let's say areas around Pachinki that are in the circle in phase 4, don't full send it into there. But when you have like water, that beach side, that's very, very hard to play. Yeah, your best chance is to lock down a building or two inside the city and just hope and pray that you're able to not only pick players off, but the circles stay in your favor.
These last 2 circles have been just cutting out massive chunks off the map in terms of how much water was in play, the bridge is in play, and unplayable positions almost. So it's speeding up the pace of this game so drastically that it's just causing
what are you doing?
Desperate plays to be made from some of the teams, but Illidan able to get himself 1 elimination for his team, an extra point that might just have a massive impact on their position. We'll have to see how things are going to pan out later on in the game, but now the circle's starting to wrap up around these teams. VGS trying to make their way through above the horizon. Will not get knocked, luckily enough. But man, Star Divine will have to see if they can get himself more presence because they also have to pull off a rotate. They are currently having some players in the circle, but we need to see them be in that spot as a 4-man because otherwise in this game, a 2-man crew will not cut it.
Chaos went for a wild straight rotation. They lost at least one. I think it was just White and Marty that were left alive. And look, White's the only one to survive as a solo player, but he's made it into the Milta City. A little bit similar for VGS, but they were more cohesive on that rotation from the western edge and have made it through one piece. Tom goes down, Alaraf goes down. Iraqi has been the player to go down first in the first 3 games for the side. He's now the final player left alive. Can he pull something out, or will he rage?
Shots fired, man. Why you gotta do my boy like that? I mean, I said the same thing earlier, so you know what? Fair enough. Both
Exactly.
of us. Us both, Imperium. Us both. Circle about to be wrapping up around on this next circle. Phase 5, I think, is going to be hopefully a little bit kinder to these teams. Hopefully he's going to take a lot of that water out of play. But from what we've seen so far, I wouldn't be too surprised if it sends us up on like where Law of 7E team currently stands. If that's the case, this is going to be another extremely rough circle for teams to deal with. One Piece trying their best to make it out. I mean, that was a late rotate from the northern side. Didn't really have too much of a choice, but now they're just struggling. Can he get the res? I think Tom might be able to be brought back to life in that smoke. So One Piece holding on by a thread, but the hope is still alive for the team.
I'll tell you who stayed out of all the madness. Star Divine. They've executed this first 4 circles extremely well from that northern side. While other teams have panicked around them, they've just stayed cool, calm, and collected. And it could come into fruition, depending on this next circle shift, to be a Star Divine chicken dinner.
Could be. Could definitely be a Star Divine chicken dinner, which, you know, would still keep things alive when it comes to 1 chicken dinner per team, apparently. Snapdragon Pro Series tradition. See if they can keep it alive. One Piece Araki is now going to get rocked upon by VGS. So many nades are going to be used up, but the thing is, you also have Tom on an off angle. I don't think really expected by VGS. Oh, now they've got the information. That nade is looking good. So much damage. One spray, that could be enough. He
no, he
weapon.
couldn't switch.
Oh, he swaps the weapon. That could have been massive if you already had that main weapon in hand. But now Araki forcing a 1v1 currently with the MG3. Can he get himself enough damage down? Go for the drop shot, but it is not enough. VGS, almost flawless push here onto One Piece and secure an extra 2 elims.
Yeah, it massively helped that they had the body advantage, but overall a very well executed push and respecting the potential damage that could go up from One Piece. The first game of the day in which One Piece has gone down early, so it still has been a very good day for them. The circle centered up quite nicely. It's very, very open in the center between where Star Esports and Ultima Rage are, by the way. That's where it makes it even better for Star Divine's position. They have the higher ground just on the outskirts of that compound where they have Merlin at the moment. Revenant is moving in, but that Cobra Africa is going to try and look to uphold that as they move in from the west over on towards the north. Shots from Hamodi trying to open that door.
If they can play lead and also information in the circle. Had to see the Hamodi massive spray down there, get himself that car explosion. SWAT Morocco struggling to hold on to their dear lives. Now circle about to phase into phase 6 very soon. Hulk also spray down, but that's the thing, that high ground from Hulk on that little rooftop position. It's so hard to just escape his gaze. Leaders Esports struggling to hold on to that ridge. As that's it, also SWAT Morocco eliminated on the western edge. But Ghost from 7E team taking that fight solo, but assisted by his team on the other side.
Beautiful nade.
And that's it for Ghost, but Law sends his way over to the other side of the road, trying to assist his teammate. Leaders, can you survive the fight? He's got 2 nades, a nade would be huge, but he doesn't need it. A spray right through the smoke connects. And Leaders down to 1, and it's going to be Mask.
Best defense is offense in 70.
Oh, the push.
Want to go on the offensive. The push comes in. The final player that's alive. The run over comes in. And 7E is being directed by who is it? The guy that's directed Transformers, but that was absolutely magnificent.
Michael Bay, but man, I didn't know the new Fast and Furious movie came out early. I didn't know, man. This is what, Fast and Furious 26 or something? Damn, that's a really cool addition. I didn't expect that. Whoa. Okay, we made it through. 7E team. Sure, suffering 1 casualty, but you know what? Once again, that heavily contested style point that I give to a few teams on occasion. High 4DZ though, now they're the next team in line trying to defend this position, but they really have to move their way across this spot. They need to move pretty much versus 7E team. We'll see, but right now the position, if 7E team can go back to their previous spot, that ridge north of the compound I mentioned earlier, Imperium, is playable. I think that would be a great play from 7E team. as VGS once again going for another breach. 6 eliminations. They're looking good. They're looking hot in today's matches. VGS definitely aiming to remain in that top 3 spot.
Ultimate Rage have kind of thrown away a couple of strong positions inside the circles and a couple of strong opportunities to pick up more eliminations in this game, and they could have met their match and be punished by the likes of VGS as they push up. Luckily for them, Star Divine third party and pick up a knock onto one of the VGS players, and in comes the third party for the push. Merlin goes in.
Exactly, it's not anyone, it's Merlin we're talking about right now, and he's going to be absolutely spreading mayhem around this fight. They could have a little bit of an impact, but so if I want to go for the res, Malik going for the push, does not make it connect with the MG3. So now, still VGS, despite losing Malek, can still keep the hope alive with 3 players standing.
Oh my god.
Phantom X trying to get involved on that third-person perspective there. Nicely done, switches to FPP, gets himself a nice spray down onto Savage. Man, this fight is just taking a real toll on all the teams involved. VGS down to, I believe, only Rio right now. And Merlin, no, the timing was good, but...
Oh, no!
That's the angle! That's the angle I was talking about for
Yes, that's
17.
I know!
Oh, so good.
I really wanted to mention it. I wanted to mention it, but all the action went on. I couldn't highlight the fact that Simple sent it across the road onto that golden divot inside the circle. Great south side position on the split from 7E.
I love that. Simple. That was just simply great. That's what I could say. Also could be a good tagline for the team. I like it. But with the DBS, Mon's going to try and just still push his way forward. He's been able to just survive for so long for Top G in this game, it seems. Any point can keep the hope alive to make it top 3. They're still in a position where it could happen, but massive next 2 games. That's what we're going to need for Top G, for them to truly try and make it into PMNC.
Off the top of my head, we've got 7 teams left and only 2 of the top 7 have gotten a previous chicken dinner. We could be looking at 8 games, 8 separate winners.
Oh, wow. Okay, the tradition truly kept alive. Okay, I was joking about it earlier, but it seemed like it is truly becoming a thing. Very interesting. Man, Black Cobra Africa, though, currently in the best position to really transition in this circle. All the other teams should be a little bit more predictable in how they're going to try and approach the circle.
To correct my earlier take, it's actually 3 teams. Star Esports have a chicken dinner on board from yesterday. My apologies, it's them, Cobra and VGS all have a dinner under their bag. 7E, I want to give them massive props. They didn't quite get the chicken dinner in the previous game, but this is such a strong back-to-back performance. Yeah, they're not in the best once again, but man, have they done everything that they can to stay alive.
Really, I am impressed by the last 2 matches from 7E team, but the macro on this game and the fact that they sent Simple to that ridge, once again, that ridge is huge. It's the best position in this entire circle. It is not in play anymore now, so you got to start taking matters in your own hand. Cobra now taking the fight versus Star Esport. That nade was looking good, unfortunately. Close enough, but no cigar.
Oh, no.
Still the trade-off, and they just don't want to take that fight. Getting rolled over by a teammate, it seems okay, fair enough, but the nade's still getting traded a little bit of extra tick damage onto Carry Boy.
They have no idea.
They have no clue exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, no!
Oh,
no!
He's spotted, and Carry Boy opens up the gates, and Cobra just fall down like flies. Carry Boy.
You didn't need to heal. You had like 60% health. You didn't need to heal. That gave so much information. When you heal, you make noise. Oh, that was a little bit of an F in the chat for Black Cobra.
Especially when you heal, your arm goes higher, so you're easier to spot in tall grass when you're healing. So it's a small thing, but that animation can hurt you. So unfortunate play, but man, Carry Boy really opened up the floodgates for his team. 2 teams, 7E team, just taking so many off angles. Simple once again. Just there to seal the deal for his team behind that hay bale. Spots one with the MG3.
Good.
He's got 75 bullets. What do you want to do against him? Carry Boy peeks up. He's about to get rolled over. Shaw tries to flush in a limb. Does get it. But 7E Team Imperium finally securing their first chicken dinner of the tournament. It was deserved at one point. It was going to happen. And this game was the one they secured.
So happy for 7E. They deserve that. Like so much. Their macro, their micro, their fight, their positioning, all came together in the right moment. Yes, there was some chaos and destruction from other areas of the map, but again, they by no means had it easy, and that spread right at the end to get the final flurry of eliminations, man, definitely impressed. Especially because it's back-to-back, and once again, we've got 8 games into this finals, 8 different winners max.
After that last game, it was looking a little bit dodgy for 718 because they were, before this game, they were in 9th position was 50 points. 3rd place was Chaos was 83. That is a pretty significant jump up. This game is massive for them. The impact this could have on the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series tournament is massive for their side. So 718, top 3, maybe just around the corner in these next 2 matches.
Also, I know VGS had a half-decent game, but One Piece went out generally pretty early on. Chaos did. Star had a great game. Black Cobra got a decent return to form. And the winner, 7E, were kind of down in 9th place. The top 3, 100% massively wide open.
Games like this are just awesome, and we just got some guys to thank, of course, for games like this happening in the Snapdragon Pro Series. You guessed it, it's Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you so much to them for enabling this tournament to happen in the first place, to allow these teams to potentially make their dreams come true of becoming PUBG Mobile professional players and hopefully making it to PMPL. That's the end goal for all of these guys. But really, I keep saying I sound so much like a broken record, but I had no expectations heading into this tournament because a lot of teams and players here were just unfortunately, guys, we have no information about, like, almost quote-unquote no names. And man, I'm looking at this, and if they make it into PMPL and we cover some of these teams or players in the future, we're going to look back on this and like, okay, these guys had the basis for greatness and they showcased what they can really do. But man, we need a quick breather right now, Imperium, before we head over onto our last Sanhok. So we'll be back in just a few short minutes for Sanhok once again.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number 1, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
10-0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down.
7ET make it happen here with their first chicken dinner. And we said it was long overdue, Imperium, but it was a flashy one at that. Simple, going for the off angle, going for multiple angles, especially in the field finish right there. It was a decisive win that puts them in a race for that top 3. And man, these last 2 games, Imperium, they're going to be a wide ride for sure to know who's going to make it over into PMNC.
Simple was the playmaker. He himself got, I believe, 6 eliminations in that game alone. His positioning was on point. He took a couple of risks, and it really kind of started to kick off for 7E as we look at the highlights when they pushed onto leaders Esports and went for broke. And it was the kind of push they needed to, because there were a couple of players and teams on the higher buildings on the edge of Milda that could third party, so they needed to push in so they were defended against that third party and take that risk. So really well played from 7E.
Simple has been doing just fantastic stuff, and also Carryboy, he just enabled his team to make it in that second place in the first place for Star Esports, right? So a lot of great individual prowess. Merlin also almost clutching it out in that third party fight. It was all over the place. It's been a fiesta, but you know what? I've been loving every single second of it. But I can't wait to see exactly the match rankings, to see exactly how many points were taken home by these top teams. I believe quite a few once again, but it's still happening. Still no team with 2 chicken dinners. So my bold prediction still didn't happen. So
and my technical bold prediction, okay, I said it was going to be chaos, but I was also leaning on the fact that we're going to have a different winner. So I technically won, and yeah, 7E won the bag with 27 points. By the way, the average points per chicken dinner over the 8 games so far has dropped down a little bit to about 28.6 points per game. So you're looking between the 27 and 29 point per win, and it's just an important thing to factor coming into the final 2 games when we have a look at the overall standings. High4D's head 13 points with 5 eliminations, Ultimate Rage with 15 points, VGS with 12, and again Black Cobra, it wasn't over the double digits, but I do think they're on an upward trend compared to yesterday, where they started with a chicken dinner and went a little bit on a downhill trend. So I'm happy to see them rise up a little bit more once again.
Well, the rotation on the West was, I think, a really strong attempt to get to the circle and have some good overview and oversight on what was happening inside the circle. So, yeah, Black Cobra Africa, definitely some nice improvements. Is it going to be enough, though? Oh, not too sure. We'll have to see. But we're going to check out the over rankings, see exactly where they currently stand, Dan. Black Cobra Africa currently in 6th position, so it could still happen for them. Okay, they sure. I would still like to see himself a chicken dinner. That would be enough to push them up in top 3, but it is close.
Esports,
Imperium, it is very close.
77 and 84 respectively. Star Esports are now only 5 points behind Chaos in 3rd. What did I say about Chaos at the start of the day and at the end of yesterday? They need to get a chicken dinner. They need to. And Exhibit A, they're the only team in the top 9 without a chicken dinner. And yes, they're in third, but it's falling away from them. 20 points between first and fifth. You got 23 points between first and sixth. And again, the average points per chicken dinner has been around 27 to 29 points. So it isn't outside of the realms of possibility that with 2 games to go, we could hypothetically have a completely different top 3 at the end of the finals.
Our top 8 will be in complete shambles, I think, after these next 2 matches. You can have so many things happen, like even teams like High Forward Easy, Top G, Ultima Rage, Africa Champions can also initiate a good comeback. The thing is going to require strong back-to-backs. After this game, if they do not show up, it's pretty much done and dusted. After that, we're mainly going to be focusing on the top 8 teams so far in our overall rankings. But it's a tough one, man. It's down to the wire for a lot of these squads.
I kind of want to be harsh and say that Ultima Outplayed can't make it in.
Oh,
For
really?
one factor and one factor alone, the lack of eliminations. They've only got 18 eliminations compared to 29, 35, 30, 33, 41. You know what I mean? That doesn't say enough that they're willing to take the chances to win the fights, to get the results needed, that they've relied too heavily on placements. And when you have teams around you, 6 or 7 other teams around you that are hungrier, more aggressive, you know, there's a much higher chance that you are going to get outplayed.
I do think we've seen some good macro from Ultimate Outplayed in general, these last few matches especially.
Yeah.
But I agree, as you said, those eliminations, that is definitely a big lackluster show up from them. Like, if they can just step up the elimination game, that might be enough to give them a ticket over to PMNC. That would be the big step up. At least that's cool, because I'm happy you pointed that out, because if they have the same perspective on that, you know, they could be like, okay, we just got to be more aggressive. Our macro is good. They're getting good positions. That's great. But do not be scared to take those shots, try and zone teams away, and make sure you're in full control of your games every single time. Right now, it does seem like games tend to slip out of their grasp a lot of the time. So unfortunately that. But one thing you definitely do not want to slip out of your grasp is that monster cam. When you hold it in your hand, you got to have a firm grip on it to make sure it doesn't slip out. Because when it goes in the fridge, it can be a little bit slippery. You've got to hold on to it if you want to be energized for these Snapdragon Pro Series matches. It's true. It's true, Imperium. What do you mean? Okay, it's got the water in there on the side of the can, and it's going to be. I'm a very clumsy person.
That's called condensation.
Condensation. Wow. Thanks, Imperium.
And it sounds even posher if you say it in a British accent. Condensation. No, see, I can't really do British accent.
Yeah, don't. Just keep sounding Irish. It suits you, man.
Or if you just say water, would you like a bottle of water? Or a bottle of Monster? No? Okay.
I mean, you got some people that are going to be offended in the chat. If any Brits in the chat, guys, I apologize on Imperium's behalf. Okay, do not get too triggered by that. We know it's a really bad impression. We told him already.
It's fine. They left Europe. It's okay.
Okay. Moving on. Interesting topic. Next game on the board, Imperium, is going to be our one and only Sanhok. So looking on our Sanhok, yesterday was game 4, and it was won by Africa Champions.
Yep.
Pretty much safe to say Africa Champions, I think their run is over when it comes to making it in that position. So, yeah, I would say there's a chance, as I said, we need back-to-back. And consistency is not something that we have witnessed from Africa Champions. Their big pop-off game was that one chicken dinner on Sanhok.
Yeah.
Other than that, like a few glimpses of hope here and there, but like nothing substantial enough for a PMNC spot to be given to you, I'd say.
See, here's the thing, because it's funny, because they're in 9th and they're behind Ultima Outplayed. And I've kind of said that Ultima Outplayed aren't in a position to qualify for the PMNC. I will, however, say that Africa Champions, despite their lack of consistency, are in a position where they can qualify for the PMNC. Okay. Because they've got 31 eliminations, which means that they're able to take fights, they're able to win fights. 2 games to go and the lack of consistency, it's going to be, a big question mark is over their head. But from a statistical standpoint, it says to me that they can get a strong result. They were the winners of the Sanhok game yesterday. They repeat it. Boom. They're right back up there.
That's the thing. As I already stated for a lot of these, in my opinion, any team from Ultima Rage in 12th and above still have a shot.
Okay, fair.
The thing is, as I said,
yeah.
it requires back-to-back strong results, like almost
Yes.
back-to-back chicken dinners. The thing is, there's two reasons why I don't think that's going to happen. One, because we haven't seen consistency from a lot of those teams that are currently in that struggle bus at the bottom.
I agree.
And two, it would go against the tradition of 2 chicken dinners for one team never happening. So, you know, checkmate. What are you going to say about that?
I know, man. we're not playing chess.
I couldn't play chess anyways. John Allen has beaten me too many times on chess. I can't.
Dude, the only thing I can play is checkers, and even then I'm terrible at that.
Oh, checkers, yeah, I like that. Where do you drop on checkers?
Where do you drop on checkers?
A4. Let's go.
You sunk my battleship.
Oh yeah, you're way off. Okay, you're way off. That is completely off. But we'll see. Ah man, 4th match, game number 9 out of 10 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. And after that, the cool thing, right, is it's not even over after that. After that, we got the MENA region is going to be happening. You're going to have also the Europe region is going to be unfolding. So many teams, 9 teams total throughout our region, our 3
No, it's
Snapdragon
actually
Pro
12.
Series can make it.
It's
Wait,
12
What's it
because Europe will have 3 Turkish and 3.
Oh
Western
yeah, you're right.
European teams
Oh,
qualifying.
even more. Yeah, you're right. Correct.
Sorry to
I mean,
over you in that regard.
Good to fix it, Imperium.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be even more teams in Europe. I mean, Europe is going to be pretty interesting to see which 3 Western European teams or Turkish teams will make it over to their respective PMNC. But here we go. It's our last Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, and after that we're going to have one more. I was going to say one more Imperium, one more Erangel to boot after that to close off the match and see who will make it over to PMNC. This playing path, who cares? It's Sanhok. It doesn't matter too much.
One thing that we haven't really kind of talked about when it comes to these finals is the mentality factor and how tough it is for all of these players, right? They've gotten through the open qualifiers that aren't broadcast that, yeah, of course, it will be stressful and has been stressful, but it's also the kind of thing where, because it's not broadcast, if you go out, you know, there isn't a light being shined on you for the failing to make it through, if that makes sense. So it's been definitely less pressurized. These finals are broadcast, the players are being watched, they're being looked at, they're being listened to, they're being, you know, in that regard. It isn't easy in the pressure of only 3 teams making it in out of the 16. So I've got to give props to all the teams. And the 3 teams that do eventually make it in, they've proven their strength not only in-game, but, you know, ability-wise, but in-game mentality-wise. Stay focused in these final 2 games. Don't let it get to your head too much and stay on point with how you need to play as a player and how you need to execute the strategies based on your IGL's decisions.
That's one of the reasons why I could never be a pro player. Like, 1, because I'm bad at the game. And 2, because I know that pressure would get to me.
Yes.
Because if you really start to think about it, like, and I mean really think about it, this is not only trying to make it into top 3, this is your one opportunity for the whole of 2023 to maybe, and I really mean maybe, have a chance to become a PUBG Mobile Pro player and make it into PMPL. After that, you're missing out on the spring season, PMWI, the fall season, PMGC. Like, you're missing out on everything.
Yep.
This is your one shot at glory, and if it's gone, then you're going to have to wait until the end of 2023, a year's time. You definitely don't want to miss out on that one opportunity.
I've quoted this so many times, and you're probably going to be sick of me. You've only got one chance, one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. It's age old, but honestly, it speaks for itself. And
it fits. Okay, I'll allow it. It fits.
Yeah.
You'll allow. What doesn't fit though is Kamara in that buggy. It seems okay. Doesn't quite work out. Few shots taken, but no one got eliminated for now. Oh yeah, someone did actually.
Yeah, somebody from SWAT Esports. No hot drops specifically happening. SWAT did kind of drop in bootcamp, but it was also a little bit of a split bootcamp drop, weirdly enough. I don't know exactly what happened. Phase 1's popped up, and it's quite heavily on the mainland, but still with a decent chunk of the Northwest Island in play, and less so of the Southwest Island in play. Trifecta will be the calling card of chaos, but they'll probably move on to the southwest, the South Boot Camp Hill, should I say, and lots of open space on the eastern side of the mainland. It tends to be a less prioritized drop area for teams. On the eastern side, you kind of have the whole of the northeast right down to the southeast occupied by 2 to 3 teams in most tournaments, and it's very similar in this lobby.
So Morocco, we already said it, their race is over here for the top 3, but maybe they can ruin it for Africa Champions. If they eliminate Africa Champions, their run also will be over, so they're going to take them down with them. We'll have to see. Africa Champions completely unaware of where Glock is, but aware of one of the players. It's going to be Erangel of SWAT. Get himself also an extra knock, so these are actually some really good points. If they win the fight, though, that puts them in great standings to maybe catch up to the top teams, and an amazing off angle from Totorina. And that res, I don't think it's going to quite work out. Africa Champions, they're thirsty right now for these elims. They want every single point they can potentially reach out for. And these 3 points are going to put them in a great spot to kick off this game.
It will. However, one thing to consider, as Innate comes in, it will get another knock at the Kamara that leads him down to just 1 player. That's going to be the end of SWAT Morocco. Yeah, one thing to consider for Africa Champions in this engagement, they've left the gap open for Black Cobra to disengage down south of Paradise and take the high ground position that was so good for Africa Champions in yesterday's Sanhok game. So that's something that Africa Champions need to be very, very considerate of, right? Black Cobra, they do not want to make any kind of mistakes that they did yesterday. They have all 4 players up, and they want to try and get some sweet revenge on Africa Champions.
Yeah, you want to make sure if you're Africa Champions, you don't want to go uninformed into the southern side of Paradise Resort. We said it, it's like a swamp of a position. Any kind of like small wrong movement and you're pretty much done and dusted. So Africa Champions got to be careful, but at least they got a good start, because before this game, Africa Champions were 8 points behind Ultimate Outplay, the team just barely above them. They already closed that gap by like half the points they needed to catch up to them. So that's great. That's an amazing start for them, but we still need more, okay? Can't rest on your laurels right now. We need to see them get himself into the late game. I still think we need to see a chicken dinner from Africa Champions if they want to hope to make it in that top 3 position. Anything less than that, and it's going to be a real tough kind of last game for them to make it in. So yeah, the hope is still there. There's so many intricate storylines that can be told right now in Imperium. Like, a lot of teams can still have the chance of making it up there. At the end of the day, this game is going to tell us if you have a chance in the final match to make it in top 3, and then it's going to be down to that last match to make it in the top 3. So you got to keep the option alive right now.
Sanhok tends not to have too many options, especially when you get into the late game of areas to control. So as this game goes on, they're going to be weakened and weakened. Africa Champions recognize the fact that they let that south of Paradise Resort position go, and they've occupied the North Boot Camp Hill. I think also understanding that yesterday Star Esports dropped in Boot Camp. They've squad out Star Esports, therefore they have less of a worry on the direct south side of the hill for the time being. But they will also want to consider the likes of 1xNT to the north of them.
Ooh, this circle can be a tricky one. It can throw a span in the works if it goes over to the northwestern island, which in this circle there's not a huge chance, but there's an opportunity that the circle could just, once again, pull a little bit of a tricky rotation on these teams, and it can just go straight to the western island. That could be a tough one. I have to see Africa Champions, though. Oh, they did lose Totorino, unfortunately. Mandela also suffering a decent amount of damage. We'll be able to make it down into the compound down below. A little bit skeptical as to how this is going to work out. As a 3-man, securing this chicken dinner, not going to be an easy one. As Black Cobra go straight back into not Painan, that's Paradise Resort. Completely different location, but still they make it back up there, which I do like. I think it's great. You're just avoiding the harsh terrain around Paradise. The circle is decent for them to rotate towards from Paradise Resort, so it's overall good temporary location. I do like what we are seeing from the team. While Chaos Imperium still staying in boot camp, which, knowing the position we're in on this phase 2 circle, boot camp is just not bad spot to hold on to right now. We'll have to see, of course, how things are going to pan out, though. There's one squad currently still eyeing out the side of boot camp. It's going to be side of Darkness Africa. Get involved. Nice few pot shots taken, but Levi spotted in the distance. White is there to secure the elim. Chaos, their first elim so far in this game. And hopefully the first of many to come.
Chaos need to get back into form. I know Rage is not, but they need to find their form once again. Going into boot camp on phase 2, it's risky. It is. I know it's quite centralized in the circle, but again, you're kind of you're boxing yourself in, and if the next circle shifts away, you're gonna have, and you look to try and disengage, you're gonna have ultimately 3 to 4 teams looking right at you. So I do worry about Chaos in this early stages of the game. In the Northwest Island, you have a couple of teams vying for that kind of north of the high ground position. Top G, you have SO, Ultimate, oh my god, Ultimate Outrage. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. And 7E staying very, very quiet on the southwestern edge of this phase 2.
Top G, they're just rocking up in this position. Seems a little bit unprepared, not going to lie, and that's it. Mons and Evil just getting picked up like it's nothing. Not even Evil, sorry, Devil. Just picked up also. Should be 2 easy eliminations here going through for Ultimate Outplayed. Nagato just cooking his nades. Going to be a trade of nades right now. Behind that tree, does pull the trigger first. Nagato will stand his ground. The nade confirms it. Devil, he's done and dusted. Sent straight back to the lobby. And Nagato's like, oh, just going to try and potentially escape that position. Snipe goes for the spray down the hits. Just almost nothing on that spray. Well, Nagato, that's actually a really good bridge. If he waits for the push, he could clutch this 1v2 out because that spot is just so good, but he just gets absolutely mowed down and peppered through by Snipe. And that's it, as Top G get eliminated in 15th place.
Yeah, Top G, I kind of want to say that their journey, of course, inside this Snapdragon Pro Series is over. I feel so bad because
it is.
I kind of was really seeing potential in them, and I gave them so much space in terms of, hey, look, you know, I see it, but they just couldn't put it all together when it mattered. However, for Ultimate Outplayed, it's great for them. Coming into this game in 8th with 58 points, less than 20 points behind 5th place, less than 30 points behind 4th, and all that jazz. It's a good start for them, and they become the kings of the Northwest Island for the time being. It gives them so much space to play with, and the next shift, oh my god, that is disgusting.
Wait, is the center of the circle on the island in the middle of the river?
Yes, it is.
I think it is. Okay, that's an interesting shift, an interesting one of events. I mean, the spanner in the works has been really thrown down, it seems, so it's going to be interesting as to how teams are going to be adapting to this shift. One Piece, though, still having to try and leave their current location because they're over to the, what I believe is the far eastern edge right now, so it's not going to be, yeah, exactly, far eastern edge on the east side of Paradise Resort, taking the fight versus VGS, and VGS going out now on this game when they were in 2nd place, and teams, as you said earlier, Imperium, were so close to their position.
Yep.
This, if we look back on these last 2 matches, if they don't make it in top 3, this might be the moment where VGS lose their spot in PMNC.
Heel strat. Yeah,
true, actually. Yeah, true. It's the last circle shift too.
Yeah, it's kind of the only way that they're going to get a good result in this Sanhok game. And even going down a couple of their players to One Piece is even worse because One Piece is topping the tables and will create even a bigger gap between the 2 teams. Star Divine going on to the bootcamp warehouses, that's okay. Chaos, will they have any idea that Chaos are there? Chaos will have heard the sound of those vehicles moving around, but I like that 2-2 split from Star Divine. I think it's a little bit more exit potential in their favor compared to Chaos's position, and that's what really worried me about Chaos locking down bootcamp so early in the game.
I do like Africa Champions position, though. They've got themselves a little bit of a split. 2 players currently in the compound and 1 on the high ground position northeast of bootcamp, which is great for. You know me, Imperium, I'm a big fan of scouting. And right now, when it comes to scouting, that spot is the best in this circle. So I think that the potential of play from Africa Champions is there. Just to see how things are going to work out. And AMR with a ×8 scope. Maybe not the most effective weapon on this kind of map. But you know what? If you can pick it up. Or if you're Pika from Star Wars, you know what? I'm sure you're happy about that drop. I haven't seen Pika play with the AMR, I believe, yet, but I'm sure he'd love it. Must be a great weapon in his hands.
Black Cobra on the eastern edge of the circle, just outside Paradise Resort. They have a nice 2-2 split, but Ultimate Rage, as you can see on your screens right now, have pushed in. So body advantage directly in this compound does go over to Ultimate Rage. They know that there's at least one Black Cobra Africa player there, and they need to get out of dodge, and the rest of Black Cobra need to support this team in this compound fight, Max.
Ultimate Rage, how do you deal with this assault dealt to you by Black Cobra Africa? I'm not too sure, but there you go. The thing is, they got so many angles. How do you escape? How do you survive this fight versus Black Cobra Africa? Answer is right now, it seems like you do not. You just go down.
African champions, though.
They lose
They
one
third
player.
party.
Exactly, because of that high ground position they had. I think it's Kamara. This game himself is fantastic angle from that spot, and he's just being able to feed information continuously. Another angle is going to be taken there by Ultimate Rage. And Black Cobra Africa, what seemed like a good engagement, is slowly turning sour in their mouth. As they're struggling to hold on. One player flushed, one player knocked in Luciano, Hamodi, and Wash trying their best to keep the hopes alive, but Black Cobra Africa going down now, that would spell absolute desolation for them in the last match.
It was okay from Black Cobra, the reaction, it just wasn't quick enough, and that's where there's always a risk, especially in Sanhok, in 2-2 splits. If you're going to have a compound like that, arguably kind of 3-1 splits are a little bit healthier. They would have been able to have reacted in a more aggressive way to Ultimate Rage just push down on towards that compound. But as it happens, they weren't able to react as quickly or as aggressively, and they gave the opening for Ultimate Rage to push them back quite heavily. 2 players left from each team as the next circle has gone heavily to the east. Still a decent chunk of water in play, but to the relief of all the teams in the mainland, Max, it is going to be a mainland finish. The question for me is, how in the blue hell do Chaos get out of boot camp? They don't technically need to leave it now, but surely they're going to have to leave it by the phase 5.
One advantage Chaos has by being in boot camp, and they have barely moved from that spot the entire game, is that they have a lot of resources. They could easily do what I like to call like the PL strat with smokes, which is to do 2 smoke roads crossing over to Star Divine on the other side. Like that would be the strat to do, so I would like to see if Chaos are going to pull it off. One smoke road I think will be a little bit of a tougher nut to crack on that rotation. We'll have to see, of course, though. One Piece still entering from the northeastern edge around Tapmock this time. And they're just trying to pick up every eliminations, every opportunity they have, they take. As it's another piece of the map right now is going to be Darkness Africa in bottom place, maybe trying to ruin the chances of 7E team to find himself a position in that top 3. And the great nade from Ghost, man. Ghost has been really just popping off with Simple throughout these matches today. And even Law and Hulk do great in their own regard. Like, the team is just looking so solid. You've got to be careful because Darkness Africa can still ruin your chances of a top 3.
And not just Darkness Africa, but honestly, Star Esports on that northwestern island. It's clear open third-party potential. Ooh. Darkness Africa are aware of that. They take shots over towards Star Africa. But I gotta reckon that for the most part, 7E have no real ability to defend against Star Africa for the time being. No shots taken towards them. The revive is being executed to try and keep 7E up as a 3-person team. You also have Ultima Outplayed, have moved on to the small island that's still inside the circle on the western edge. You could see it just in front of you there. That's a great position to be, and it should allow them to continue to put pressure onto 7E.
I did want to bring it up, but I didn't have time, unfortunately. But yeah, as you said, that position from Ultimate Outplayed actually is really good. It's not a great long-term option, but it's just going to get a transition point. Ghost spotted down, knocked away by 1v4. And Boss just with the DBS, he's just thirsty for blood once again. Boom, that's 1, and boom, that's 2. Got to be careful though, there's still a third party happening from the off angle. As that nade from Hulk.
Lovely nade.
7E team could be looking good. High 4 DC going to be eliminated from this game in 14. 13 teams still alive. Hulk, the clutch factor. Going to try and keep it alive, but he's just spotted out. The DBS power is there for Boss. And that's going to be it for 7E team as they get swiped away in 12.
Yeah, Ghost 1v4 is going to go for the revive. The next circle is shifted down south. So kind of okay for Chaos, but still again, I'm forced to ask how the hell do they move out of boot camp, because they do have to move out, especially because Star Divine have the warehouses in play. Africa champions couldn't have asked for a better circle shift, by the way. With 34 players left, the amount of landmass available to control is a little bit easier, right, compared to, let's say, 45, 50 players that can be in a normal Sanhok game at this stage.
Whoop.
So that's even better for Africa champions.
A little bit of a weird face-off here, it seems. If you can find if you can touch the ground in the water right there, you could have an advantage, especially if you have that DBS on cross. That could be huge. But yeah, I'm looking still at that question of Chaos. You know, can they make that cross happen? I would really love to look at that fight of Chaos and how they're going to move away from Bootcamp. They can still technically hold on to the edge of Bootcamp on the northern side, right south of the road. They can still do that. You're going to have to push eventually. And Leaders have a great off angle too. They can third party that entire fight. It's interesting, but Ghost, man, he's just guns blazing in the water. He's in his element. He's a fisherman right now. And he's just picking up a few limbs here and there, but he's going to be spotted eventually, and that's going to be it for him. Boss coming back in strong. He's got the DBS and the M4. I would say you don't have to go down. Just hold on to the cliff, and you should be good to go.
And here's the thing, right? We say it all the time. When teams have nothing to lose, that's when they're the most dangerous. Darkness Africa have absolutely nothing to lose, and they have woken up to make a bit of a name for themselves in the final Sanhok game of these finals in the Snapdragon Pro Series X PMCO. Ultima outplayed. It was indeed a short-term play moving on to the island, but the Blue Zone is going to engulf the majority of their players. I think Gohan is healing inside the blue while Keen and Keo move in. Or actually, no, it's Keo of VSG and Keen that are kind of swimming in the water. And yeah, sorry, not Keo, Rio. And Rio goes down. That's the end of Black Cobra Africa as well. 8 teams are left.
For the tension's building up in Peoria, we know that for a lot of these teams right now, it might just be their one shot at glory, their one shot at making it into PMPL, and hopefully still be in the race for the top 3 in the last game of the day here. Chaos now, they made the cross happen as a 4-man, which is very impressive. They needed every single player they could maybe have still alive for this push. Red here with a DBS, nice little bit of extra damage. It's going to be followed up with a push of his teammate. Greatly done, but man, the angles are too many to deal with. The third party was so strong on the side. Chaos using one player flush, but White is there to clear it up. You got to be careful, as you say, Imperium. Need to push. Red and White need to work together. Clear off this fight. If you clear it up, the chances are there. The DBS, 1 bullet's enough. The Kachonk connects, and Chaos stay alive and keep the shot of top 3 being there.
Red, White, DBS, down they take Star Divine. 6 teams are left, 12 players. Darkness Africa still out as a duo inside the final couple of circles of this game. Africa champions have a chicken dinner on board. Chaos do not. The circle engulfs onto the water. Sorry, not directly onto the water, but somewhat onto the very edge of the coastline that Darkness Africa have locked down.
It looks like it's on the water on the minimap, but I can tell you it is not. No water's really in play this time around. Teams are actually on the cliff right now. This team is not in the water. Great nade onto OLRF. That's going to be the end for One Piece eliminated. Still 6th place and 6 limbs. That is a massive game. They're still getting able to remain normally after this match in top 3. A great position to be heading into game number 10.
Oh my god! Boss!
What's been going on? This guy just unleashed his absolute hell on the lobby today. Kamara trying his best to fight down. Boss just barely able to survive once more, but that ridge is massive. He's getting so much information with that third-person perspective, but Kamara, I don't think he knows he's that close. That nade, it's huge, and boom goes to Dynamite. Kamara gets a massive knockdown. Darkness Africa down to 1. We'll see how they can turn things around, but Chaos able to win himself that fight, leave Bootcamp. As you said, Imperium, it was not an easy cross, but they make it work out. And Chaos maybe on the brink of securing their first chicken dinner of the tournament.
Will we finally see the Chaos win? Will they be able to shut down the naysayers, including a little bit of myself, the doubt of them being able to close out the game and secure a top 3? Don't get it twisted.
Ooh.
Darkness Africa, despite coming into this game in 16th, have an impact to make in the final 4 teams. Only 3 of them are fighting. 1 is healing in the blue.
I believe Africa champions have... yeah, actually, we saw it right there. Doesn't have any more nades, so that's not going to be an option for him anymore. Get a little bit of a heal off on Start Esport. I mean, they were in 4th place before this game, so at any point you might get Yeah, exactly. Do what you got to do, man. You can't complain about that one. Use the circle settings to your advantage. Good above Molly, going to slow down the approach. Right now for Darkness Africa, and the fight is going to be initiated. Boss, the first one to go down. Snow still trying his best to hold down the southern side of the northern side of the circle, should I say. He's still able to force his way forward. This is currently a fight for second place, it seems. He's spotted away, and that's it for Darkness Africa as they get taken down. 3 teams still alive. We'll see if they can try and outlive the heel strap from Star Esports. We'll have to see. Kamara now just going to be pushed down. Gets himself the knock. Can he get the double? He cannot. And Chaos stands strong in the circle. 12 eliminations to their name as the heel strap comes on through, but it doesn't matter as Chaos will get their first chicken dinner of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Oh my god, I doubted their ability to push down in towards the warehouses of bootcamp. I'm even forced to ask why Star Divine allowed that to happen. Did they have the relevant amount of information? Did they presume that there's no team in bootcamp? I could understand why, but as soon as I got rid of Star Divine, the circles continued to shift towards the coastline, and that end game became just that little bit easier. Well done to Chaos, finally, after 9 games, grabbing themselves that elusive chicken dinner, Max.
They were in 3rd place in Imperium. This is going to send them so much higher in the rankings. Are they in 1st place or 2nd place? It is going to be close because One Piece Esports was still able to bring in a decent amount of points. I think that was a 6th place with 6 eliminations. So, man, it's close to the top, but the one team that's going to be, I think, the most disappointed with that match, it has to be VGS Esports. One Piece getting himself some good points. Chaos getting himself the chicken dinner. Star Esports putting off the heel strat you mentioned a little bit earlier in the match, which worked absolute wonders for them. And VGS not showing up on the Eastern Edge. They fell off, and it's going to be down to the wire for them to see if they can perform and make their way in top 3 in the final game of the tournament.
That's why I took them out of the teams that you'd mentioned from a consistency standpoint. I hate to say it, but that was kind of one of the reasons why. And even Africa Champions as well. On the map that they seem to find the biggest success, despite them not winning, it was still a strong performance. Started with a squad wipe onto, I think it was not Star Esports, but one team anyway. And then it kind of continued on from there. So very well done from Africa Champions. However, Max, man, like we once again had another game with another different winner. 9 games, all different winning teams. That's kind of gonna be a bit of a record.
Yeah, man, these games have been absolutely amazing so far. But you know what? I can tell you a thing as a fact. I did not think the package that we opened that was sent over by our good friends over at DHL was absolute greatness in PUBG Mobile Esports form, because these matches are absolute peak fiction. I love One Piece, but this is getting real close to potentially beat the fiction of One Piece, because these storylines are amazing. Imperium, real peak we're seeing here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Imperium, it doesn't happen too often, but a lot of the times you know exactly who's going to be in the top 3. In the last match, it becomes a little bit boring. Here, it's up in the air. We have no idea who's going to be making it over to PMNC. If you want to see who's going to be top 3 after this last match, stick around. We'll be back right after this break.
Yes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
We knew it was going to happen, and it happened just this moment. Chaos finally able to secure themselves their very first chicken dinner here with the Snapdragon Pro Series. And man, Imperium, we already said it, so many storylines are going to converge and clash in this one final game over on Erangel to close off the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals. And only 3 teams can make it to the next stage. It's down to the wire, and who will make it up there, we'll have to see.
There's many reasons why I love commentating and why I'm proud to have done this for as many years as I have. It's moments like this when it comes down to the final game, when it comes down to who has what it takes to clutch it up. You know, it's something that Hot Jukes has said a couple of times on likes of the PMGC and other broadcasts. You can teach rotations, you can teach you know, being aggressive, but you can't teach the clutch factor. And in this final game, I'm looking for the teams that have the clutch factor. I'm looking for the players in the top 5, top 6, top 7. When we look at the overall standings, who have the clutch factor required to make it into the top 3 and book their spot into PMNC.
I just want to get through the game rankings and just look at the overall rankings to see exactly what we're working with heading into this very last game of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And after that, I say we've got 2 other regions that's going to be happening. You just got so much action coming your way. If you love PUBG Mobile Esports, it's a great time to be alive. But Chaos taking home 27 points over on that one. Getting close, I think, to the new average. Has been sure a little bit lowered on the day, but still Chaos 27 points, because before that game they were already just they were in what, third place, I think it was.
No, it was second. KS
second place,
were in the top 2. KS were in the top 2. And it was VGS who were in third. And that's why we kind of highlighted how poor it was for VGS to go down with only 1 point in that game. It's really going to affect them in the overall standing. Star Esports picking up 15 points, so important. Darkness Africa out of the running. But hey, thank you for giving us something, even if it's at the very end. And One Piece, just like I'm gonna presume all the episodes being at a consistently high level of entertainment and storytelling, this One Piece esports side are consistently telling us a fantastic story of their ability to make it into the next stage.
And this is the Grand Line, and they're about to make it into the new world very soon. One Piece will see, of course, how they can make it through the Fishland Island. This is pretty much the Fishland Island arc for One Piece Esports to see if they're ready to become true PUBG Mobile Esports pro players. We'll have to see, of course, how that's going to be panning out. I know you didn't get the reference, Imperium, but that's okay. But anyways, it's time for the overall rankings.
I appreciate it, and I said
no worries. And how close are we? Chaos then taking home the first place with 116 points. One Piece Esports in second with 107. Star Esports was 99, but man, oh man, it is so close. Literally, any team still in the top 8 has a chance to potentially barely make it in to that top 3 position.
By the way, Africa champions on 69 points. Nice. But I kind of want to say that no, they can't make it in. It's only one game. The average points for a chicken dinner has been kind of around 27 to 29. They're 30 points behind Star Esports, and that's simply not factoring in, you know, VGS getting some points, Star Esports getting some points, Black Cobra getting some points. So I kind of want to cut it down to the top 6. I think it's the fight between the top 6. Unless Leaders Esports have the most glorious result and everything aligns in their favor, that's still 28 points for them to even match Star Esports. Do you think I'm wrong with that, Max?
I agree. I think it makes sense to cut the limit to 7E team with 78 points. It is pretty significantly above Leaders Esports with 7 points more. It's just Leaders Esports, Africa champions. Mathematically speaking, it could happen, but for that to happen, you need the teams that are around that top 3 position to get almost no points. And them to have a chicken dinner, and it would have to be like, 20-point bomb or something similar to that. So
yeah,
the thing is that the dream is alive. But clearly, as you said, the focus is on the top 6 teams. 7E team, Black Cobra Africa, VGS Esports, Star Esports, One Piece Esports, and Chaos. I mean, chances are Chaos are really, really safe, but all the rest is up in the air as to who's going to potentially make it up there. And VGS, no clear contenders. It was said by Alaraf earlier in the interview that they are currently contenders. They think they might win the whole thing. It's not as black and white as you might think. Like, there's a chance VGS might just not even make in top 3. That just goes to show how good the skill level of this lobby actually is. And I got to tell you, some new stars and new fans, I think, were created for a lot of these teams in the process of this tournament.
And VGS are only 3 points behind Star Esports. Black Cobra are only 18 points behind Star Esports. And here's the thing. Normally, and this is what makes this also so unique, normally the first factor of tie-break factor is the amount of chicken dinners. All of the top 9 have one chicken dinner. So unless it's that team that, you know, gets a chicken dinner and ends up on the equal points then as third place or fourth place, you know, that factor is taken out of the equation. Then it goes on to the higher amount of placement points. And as of right now, from a placement standpoint, the likes of 7E and VGS 7E and kind of Star Esports are in the best possible position. 7E are in 6th place with a total of 47 placement points. They have 7 more than Black Cobra in 5th, and they have 5 more placement points than VGS in front of them. And then Star Esport, because they're in 3rd, but they're on 63 placement points. So that's a really decent placement cushion that they have from a tiebreaker standpoint, by the way. Just from a tiebreaker standpoint.
The tiebreakers are going to be wild if it does go down to that, but I can just see, like, you could just insert... It could definitely happen, but you can just insert that meme with, like, you know, all the Spider-Men just looking at one another, like, oh, you got one chicken dinner, you got one chicken dinner, right? We've got one chicken dinner, what's going on over here?
Or the Oprah gif of, you get a chicken dinner, you get a chicken dinner, everybody gets a chicken dinner.
I do think, though, if there's one point in time where a team gets 2, I think it might be now. No, it has to happen eventually where, you know, a team get himself potentially 2.
Yeah.
That will be, I mean, as I've said many times, down to the wire for all of these top teams on the first page of the rankings. It's hard to predict. It's hard to predict. It really is.
Can we make a bit of a bold prediction or a bold call?
Go for it.
And say that we have secured the top 2 positions. I know mathematically speaking, kind of, if One Piece was to get a really bad result, let's say, which is very rare, and if Black Cobra and VGS get really good results, yes. But like, I kind of want to give One Piece and Chaos that due respect on how they've, for the most part, consistently performed in the 9 games so far. So that's kind of my bold call.
I do get where you're coming from. I think that it does make sense to assume that, like, Chaos, One Piece Esports, they're safe, right? It does make sense to say that. But once again, the span in the works can be thrown down. The gauntlet can be thrown down for some of these teams. One Piece Esports, if they get hot dropped, I mean, it could happen.
It could happen.
Anytime a hot drop could be happening, it's now. More than ever. You hot drop onto One Piece Esports, if you, I don't know, a Black Cobra, or you want to try and just mess with potentially Star Esport. It could happen that a team just tries to ruin it. One of the top teams. And not only that, Darkness Africa, Swap Morocco, Star Divine, 1xNT, Top G, etc., many, many teams on the bottom page. They can just try and go out with a bang and just try and ruin it for the top team. And we've seen it happen in the past, and it could happen now.
And you know what's even more amazing? The Erangel games so far played have been won by Black Cobra Africa, VGS Esport, One Piece Esport, you know, Leaders Esport, but we're kind of counting them out, but 7E team as well. So kind of 3 of the top 6 have all won a Sanhok game. But again, all of them have only won 1 game in total of these finals so far.
I think that's interesting. There's so many teams won a Sanhok game, as you said, right? I think it's an Erangel game we're trying to talk about, but yes.
Oh, did I say Sanhok instead of
I'm like,
Erangel?
wait a minute, we only had 2 Sanhoks. What's going on?
Oh, apologies. Yeah,
No,
sorry,
I got the
I
idea.
did mean Erangel.
It just once again highlights how close it is going to be.
Exactly.
Between all these teams, right? It's just, okay, I'm going to say it again. It's down to the wire. It's extremely close between these teams. Gauntlet has been thrown down for a lot of these squads, but despite seeing a lot of team-wide prowess, like some really good team-wide plays, I gotta say, I think we saw some really good individual players. Like, we saw Marley, we saw Merlin, which is actually very similar when I'm thinking about the names like that. You got a lot of individual players that have been able to have some really big step-ups. Iraqi also, Alaraf, some players from also 7E team. I'm looking at Law, especially, that's been doing fantastic when it comes to going for these off angles. I'm telling you, if this is the new generation of PUBG Mobile Esports in Africa, and this is like the Snapdragon Pro Series, not even PMNC, but Snapdragon Pro Series level, I'm telling you, Africa as a region, give it time. That's what we said when it started in spring of this year. Give it time, and Africa can become a true powerhouse when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esport ecosystem.
For sure. All the credit in the world to every single one of these teams, even the ones that are outside of the running, such as High4DZ, Ultimate Rage, and Top T. You're all part of the building blocks of the future success of your region, right? This is all about the process, and you trust the process, you build on it, you kind of do your best to support each other, and you see how far you can take it. I'd love to see, you know, an Africa champion in PMGC in the next 2 years. You look at a country like Mongolia, kind of somewhat came out of nowhere, and boom, you've had kind of back-to-back years where you've had more than two top Mongolian teams between regions and worldwide. I'd love to see the same with Africa down the line.
I do have to say the potential is definitely there, but looking onto the top 3 teams of our previous match, Go South Chaos, that once again, we're looking just absolutely fantastic. We'll see if they can try and replicate that. Just hold on to their first place. You know what? Just want to make sure that you can hold on to it. Even if they do make it in top 3, as you said, it should be pretty safe for Chaos to make sure that they do make it into the top 3 position and make it into PMNC. Just holding on to first place also would be massive for them. They really need it because they're just 9 points ahead of One Piece Esports in second place. It's like what, a 4K increase almost from second to first place.
Yeah.
You do not, if you're Chaos, you do not want to move from that first place position. You want to hold on strong. So this is still a really big game for them, despite the fact that, as we already said, their spot should be relatively safe.
And we got to give kind of props to Chaos as a team. We kind of put question marks as well onto the ability of more than Marty to step up for the side and how they needed to make it a team effort rather than just a one-man show. And that has been the case over the games today. I've noticed a lot more from Red, White and Rage, and I believe in that last game it was either Red or White, I forget, but one of them got over 5 eliminations alone in that individual game. So yeah, massive respect to the Chaos team as a whole, who have really put themselves together, learned from yesterday's mistakes, and it came to fruition in the form of a chicken dinner in the last game and first overall in the standings. Africa champions, can they live up to the second part of their name with the champion in mind and book their spot into the PMNC?
I do want to go back to my point about Leaders Esports in Africa and their chance to make it in. If they want to make it in top 3, they need to hot drop. You need to hot drop your boys of Star Esports. That is the one team you got to put your sights on and just completely ruin their chances of a chicken dinner and potentially pick up 4 limbs along the way. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us on the very last match here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for Africa. It's day 2, game number 10. 9 games I've been able to bring up to us to this point. It's now time to close this chapter and see who makes it to PMNC and who will start their adventure to potentially become PUBG Mobile Pro players.
In my notebook, I have 1 to 6 written down, and I will be crossing them off as we whittle down the teams in this lobby. I'm not going to try to calculate anything. I'm not going to try and spoil anything, but I will be kind of like crossing them off to try and keep a little bit of an internal idea of who's done enough and who hasn't, who's kind of ripped their opportunity apart to make it into the PMNC. The playing path is decent, going from the southeast over and towards a little bit of the northwest. Similar to the previous Erangel game, by the way, where it's not so much favorable for the western teams, but still opportunistic of kind of dropping long, picking up vehicles and making your way in. This is the final game. Losing a player early on is not the way you want to start it if you're in the top 7. Trying to make it into the late game with 3 players left only makes your journey that much more difficult, Max.
And this Phase 1 circle, not the most welcoming with this type of playing path, but you know what? Not impossible to get into. You just got to put a little bit more thought and scouting potentially in your initial rotation. But Chaos, Northern George Pole, nothing's going to change there. One Piece, they're going to go for their close to hospital / Southern George Pole position. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. But Hot Drops Imperium, I am not seeing any as of right now. So it seems like no teams are going to go for that. No big outlandish play to try and turn the tides in their favor. It is going to be a slow but scaling game we're going to be expecting.
One simple thing that should be on the minds of these teams coming into this Phase 1, based on the playing path, is that there is going to be a cluster of traffic on the eastern edge of this circle.
Yeah.
How you react to that is depending on your playstyle, depending on your IGL decision. For me, if you want to play for a little bit of the late game, you just send it on the on a roadside, go towards the western part of the circle, anywhere around the kind of west of Gakka, that kind of area, right? If you do want to try and catch teams off, rotate a little bit earlier, stick yourself on the southwestern hills of Pichinki, have a bit of a 2-1-1, 3-1, maybe 2-2 spread, and look to catch teams out rotating in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Those are two options that are valuable for teams to either play for the late game or catch teams out early.
I'm just looking at the Galata Tower, and I've grown used to the Galata Tower being there now. I almost want to say, like, keep it there. I think it's cool. Like, there's nothing there.
I hate the name of it.
Wait, you don't like the name Galata Tower? I think it's cool.
Well, it's just a little bit hard to pronounce.
I guess it sounds cool in Turkish because it is a Turkish monument.
Okay, well, that's no disrespect to the Turkish people, by the way. It's
too late.
You know,
Too late.
as an English person that's simple-minded and only has to rely on one language, my language privilege says that it's a terrible name.
But without talking about the name, I think we can agree it's cool to have something there.
It is. It is. It actually is.
I like it. I don't think
Very
it's
much
there
like
PMGC.
very much like kind of the lighthouse, right, on the Western Bridge. I just think it makes sense to have it there.
I'm telling you, I'm going to start a petition to ask people to vote so that they make the lighthouse playable. I want to be able to get into the lighthouse. I want to be able to do it.
You need to write a strongly worded letter to Mr. PUBG Mobile and say, "Dear Mr. PUBG Mobile, I, Maxman, would
But I can't. I can't, Imperial.
like to enter the lighthouse
I can't.
in
because
Erangel.
He's
Yours
player
sincerely,
unknown.
Maxman."
He's player unknown. How am I don't know who he is. That's a big issue. I can't find Mr. PUBG and just send him that. I don't know where he lives. I don't know his name. I don't know anything.
You're Maxman.
Checkmate.
You should be able to find it.
What? That makes it even worse. I don't know how you expect me to find something like that. We'll have to see.
Will you find obscure animes to watch? I'm sure you can find Mr. PUBG.
Oh, okay. Well, let's not talk about my taste in obscure animes. Okay, that can go way off the rails, Imperium. Way off the rails. Okay, 1XNT. Southern side into Primor's position. Pretty good spot. Well, look at that. Yeah, otherwise, you said already earlier, right? You want to make sure you avoid the potential cluster of teams that's going to be arising later on in the game on the east. So just make sure you're chilling on that side of things. Leaders, this could really hurt them this game because we saw some teams like to hold on to bridges. Luckily enough, the first Erangel game, they were not kept that hard. I think it was one of the star teams that was holding on. Oh, no, I think it was Swap Morocco, actually, that were gatekeeping it. They did survive as a four-man team, but this could really hurt their chances of initiating one of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile Esports, like, ever. So, leaders, a little bit careful, maybe a little bit quicker, because you do not want that bridge to really cause you an issue in this last game.
I'll tell you what I do if I was leaders esport. I would...
Bote.
Maybe it's a little bit too late now. I didn't hear what you said, but I'm kind of curious.
Bote.
Okay. No, not that.
Okay.
So now I'm tempted to say that. No, what I would do in a genuine way, although I think it's a little bit too late now, but what I would have done is I would have sent one player instantly over to the western side of Military Island to scout that bridge and to get a little bit of premature information on who might be around there. Not go to the western bridge over onto the mainland, but just to kind of set off two potential rotations into the tail end of phase one. Whereas now, because they haven't done that, they're going to be a lot more blind on their rotation, and they're going to have to kind of commit to one route, and if it pays off, great. If it doesn't, it's spaghetti-o.
I agree. In general, we know that there's not many teams that drop there. I think that for the longest time now, they've been one of the only few teams to drop in that position. And in this game in particular, they're the only team in Sanhok Island. So yeah, I think they could feel a little bit more confident to spread their wings a little bit more, not only for loot, but also for, as you said, scouting and to just speed up the whole process of rotating to mainland. So yeah, I agree. I think that could be something that can be done. But we are seeing currently two teams. High 4 DZ is currently in a central position. Same for Black Cobra Esports. Black Cobra Africa also currently in a very central position south of Gatka Field. So yeah, two teams are trying to center up as quickly as they possibly can. Love to see it, but that cluster on the east is starting to form a little bit. So just, as we said, just be careful as you rotate. Make sure to not lose a player, unfortunately, on the rotation.
It's a slow build into the final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series X PMCO Africa Finals. 3 positions available for the PMNC 2022 later on in the year. 3 opportunities to continue your journey to make it into the Pro League of the PUBG Mobile Esports ecosystem of 2023. Chaos still in North Georgia. They will have always been aware of the fact that One Piece drop in South Georgia, so there's a direct heavier blockade on their entry point into a more southern edge, southern part of the circle. What is interesting is Star Divine have rotated north of the river in a great rotation, by the way, but have gone onto the Cube compound, so they have even more of a blockade slowing Chaos down. They haven't been afraid to rotate late into circles, so I'm not too worried about Chaos, but it's a bit of an observation that I wanted to make note of.
That's a big note. That's the length of a Harry Potter book. You could write a book.
Well,
man.
see, it was one note.
Oh, just what? Damn. I don't know how big your notepads are, but you can write a lot on them. Let's go. It's not
Isn't there an anime that has the name Note in it?
Death Note?
Damn, that's what I was meant to say. I should have said.
You
I just hope it wasn't the Death Note. I threw that pun. Damn.
Yeah, do not write notes on the Death Note, okay? If you're unlucky and you reference someone, they're done. Okay. Doesn't matter how much of a good PUBG Mobile player they are, they're done.
That's where you get the Maxman curse from. You got it from Death Note.
No, I got the Maxman note. I got my own
okay.
book.
Okay. Jesus.
Me and Zute shared the same book, actually. We just write a team name and they're done. They're done.
Yep. Oh, man.
We'll see. Team's finally also trying to send themselves the circle, shifting even more over to the western edge, so you know that cluster on the east can be a little bit more annoying to deal with. As fights are starting to arise on the horizon, Star Divine taking himself a little bit of a spray down onto Mali of Chaos. We said it, they do not want to lose a player early game, they want to remain in first place, but Marley, nothing can redeem that position for him. He's going to be flushed in a matter of seconds, and one pretty important elimination, I would say, for Star Divine. They're going to really need that one.
There's a reason why I wanted to point out the observation, and Chaos just didn't do enough to scout it. On a quite a northeastern plane path, utilizing the north of the river is a classic maneuver. And yeah, they paid the price for that, a lack of observation. The other 3 players do make it through, but One Piece are directly in front of them. Was that actually picked up, or is it still inside the airdrop?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I didn't quite
If it
spot
wasn't
that.
picked up, then that's some
It would be a great
PP, level energy, just saying.
Okay. A small DP level energy.
Yeah, like, you never miss out the opportunity to pick up a AWM. Like, you just don't.
To be honest, I have done that a few times. If I see an ORM,
well, then it all makes sense.
And you know what? Yeah, fair point. I tend to not pick up the ORM.
Okay.
I prefer the Mini 14 or the SLR.
Okay, fair enough.
They're just my kind of style. Which is, I miss so many of my shots, I prefer to be able to shoot many times, and one bullet will hit eventually.
So true, dude. Yeah, no, it's so true. It's why I have, I'm in the exact... But we're not pro players, right? That's why we talk about the game.
Yes.
And seeing as we're talking about the game, Phase 2 Blue Zone is starting to close in more aggressively. Phase 3 about to pop up. And quite a good few teams are in towards the center of the circle. Black Cobra Africa being here since kind of the tail end of Phase 1. Top G with a fantastic rotation on towards the northern high grounds just outside the swamp area. SWAT as well, Morocco looking pretty good. We've yet to lose any team so far, and still 60 players left in the lobby. Chaos are under pressure, whether it's Star Divine hunting them down, whether it's One Piece in front of them, they're forced to go to the coastline, and that is a wonderful donut-shaped shift on Phase 3.
I love these circles, Imperium. This is probably, of course, you got like the rough circles, which are always fun to look at, but this is probably one of my favorite circles in Erangel.
I agree.
Because it's very telling of how good a team is when it comes to choosing a position, how they're going to play that position, and how they're going to eventually rotate if the circle does not go their way. Because here you got dips to play, you got roads to cross, you got fields to play, you got strong compounds, you know, you've got really bad compounds also to play. You just got a lot of different play styles you can play for, and I'm hyped to see what's going to be unfolding in these next few circle shifts. Chaos though just going to be squeezing their way through right on the beach side. Rage is going to be able to dance with the devil right there. Hulk not going to be able to hit a single bullet.
Credit to Chaos though. They all rotated together, and if you notice, there was a little bit of a lack of focus for the most part from 7E onto one vehicle of Chaos. And now, did they expect this to have a team rotating behind them? Yeah, genuinely they probably didn't, and that's understandable. But when push came to shove, the rotation cohesiveness from Chaos is what really saved all three players in that moment.
Definitely worked out. It was a little bit risky, but you know what? The risk did pay off. Top G still, I think we both got one disappointment each, Imperium. Like you as Top G and me as Swap Morocco.
Yeah.
The teams that showed glimpse of greatness, but were not quite able to elaborate on that and expand the horizon that they had. But you know what? It's not the end for them. We'll still be able to see, hopefully a lot of these players and teams in next year's Snapdragon Pro Series, even the other events, potentially getting picked up by teams in the PMPL. That's also a possibility. The thing we did see, definitely a lot of greatness from some of these players and teams, even those that will not make it in top 3, can still potentially make it later on down the line.
7E picked up a knock onto one of the starting line players. I don't think they have confirmed it just yet. On a side note, still Chaos, One Piece, Star, Esports, Black Cobra, Africa, and 7E. Wow. The top 6 teams are still alive and looking for Chaos. Chaos have been able to wrap around the coastline and send themselves deep in towards the center of the circle. So when it all was said and done, they kept their cool off the back of losing a player and have gotten quite deep into the circle.
Sanchez really been trying to take matters in his own hand. One spray now, gets it done. Going to be potentially able to follow it up with another one. That's a smoke. Probably wanted a nade, but you know what? That's fine. He's still going to get some work done. But on the left side, he's saved by Aziz right there. And Sanchez is able to go even further in that push. No. Levi is going to be able to retaliate in due fashion. Maybe looking for the double, and Levi keeps the hope alive for his team. And that's going to be Darkness Africa picking himself a few extra limbs.
Levi says to 1XNT, I leave you in the dust. Great play by Darkness Africa. 2 games in a row. Yeah, I know that was a terrible pun, but I'm holding on to it. Leave me alone. Phase 4 will not leave us alone as it shifts up towards the northeast. And I love this kind of circle. The high ground on the southern half of the circle is so good. You have a number of pocket areas that are lockable. Swap Morocco will have to be careful of teams that are on that western field area, even though it's going to be risky to go onto that position.
Stardivine taking their own fight though versus Ultimate Rage. A lot of angles are just not attended for. And Star Esports. Oh, Star's going to be showing up in this fight. Merlin able to get himself the clear. Greatly done for his side, but Star Esports now trying to take the toll as much as they can. Ultimate Rage, they're just going to be spotted in the distance. Is that third party I'm seeing? I think it is. And now they're down to 1. It's Phantom X, and he's just cruising in the field, trying to make his way into a decent spot. But I think right now you're just better off trying to go for the res on your teammate, which is what he is going to try and do, because as a solo, what are you going to do in these kind of circles? Unfortunately, Imperium, not much. You need to try and get back up as a duo.
VGS, as far as I know, only have 2 players left. They're coming into this game in 4th on 96 points. Star Esports have got themselves 4 eliminations already, so that gives them an even chunkier kind of boost coming in with 4 players up. Yes, they're outside the circle, and it's not going to be easy for them to push down that hill of the radio tower across the road onto the 7E compound at the moment. But as a full squad, they're giving themselves the best opportunity.
I feel bad for Black Cobra Africa. They had God Compound for a really long portion of time. They've been so quick on their rotations from the start of the game until this very moment, but the circle shifts away from God Compound, which means they're going to have to leave plus a team right now it's trying to backfill on their location. It's not easy to move them away. Tough spot to be in if you're Black Cobra Africa. We'll have to see, but definitely have been doing some great macro stuff, but going to need still a little bit more to see if they can make it in the top 3. It's now Star Esport trying to slowly but surely eke their way forward over in the fields.
2 teams down, none of them being the top 6 at the moment. Law's knocked down onto his knees by Alaraf of One Piece of all players. Carry Boy with the beautiful nade to get the final blow onto one of the... Yeah, onto Ultima Rage. That's what I thought it was, the final player. Lots of utility and meds possibly being able to be picked up by the Star Esport players, plus a decent position on the northern side of the circle. They've got to be careful, though, of the side of Ultima. Oh my god, I forget who it is. Ultima... Outplayed, there you go. Ultima
I was going to say there's 2 options.
Yeah, they have the northeast side, and they could easily third-party Star Esports.
I am really sad, Imperium. Like, top G, where was this top G when it comes to macro these last 9 games?
Yeah.
This is not even a great spot. This is an amazing spot they're in right now.
It is.
They got a perfect split. I mean, it's a split. You got to be a little bit careful. Mons in particular, it can be a little bit risky if you hold on to it for too long. Boom, look at that, this circle. They can transition over to the western side. Mons is currently doing it. They keep all the teams on the northeastern edge, and you got a golden spot in this circle. I wish we saw that a little bit earlier. Maybe they still would have a chance to make in the top 3, but as we said already, the chances of a top 3 finish here are impossible to make into PMNC. And read that nade.
Oh no! Oh
no! Okay, he's fine. If he could get that a little bit more, that would have been a bit dicey, but he stands strong for now, at least.
Can he cook up another one while Totino comes in? It's going to be an engagement onto the side of Black Cobra Africa. Are your dreams being taken apart one by one at the hands of Africa Champions? No, Africa Champions are down. That's going to be the end of their journey. Take care then. Bye-bye now, Africa Champions.
We said it. There was a chance, but it needed a massive game and potentially even hot drop teams in the top 3. It did not work out. And as you said, that's going to be it for Africa Champions. The end of their venture, but I'm sure we'll see them again in the future. But we've got to continue to focus on this game. 34 players still alive, 11 teams still up and running about. As Had 666 throwing behind the car, but just a continuous fire. Thrown that way by Nagato. Gets a few extra bullets, but has to reload. Might just give enough time for Ha to pick up that speed. He's in a good spot with Black Cobra Africa. Taking the fight. Sahar taking the fight. The jump shot does not work out. Now it's down to another 1 player. Fajita solo against the world versus SWAT Morocco. I don't think it's going to be enough to take it out, but SWAT Morocco able to still clutch their way down in the south.
Oh my god. Black Cobra Africa are up to 5 eliminations, but it's not going to be enough. That has opened the door for Ultima Outplayed, by the way, to swing in from the northeast down to the southeast on that great high ground position. The blue zone swings Kamara through the swamp terrain of this Erangel map. Is so difficult for Hita. Just goes for broke, do or die. He's going for the water. He's hoping for the best, but that's going to be Legends. LS taking them down. Not so Legends, but it's Leaders Esport to finish off Black Cobra Africa.
Yeah, with those 5 points, that's going to push them up to minimum of 86, potentially 87 with the placement points. And as we know, Imperium, that is not going to be enough. Black Cobra Africa, their PMNC hopes died right then and there. There's still so many teams gunning for that top position. Top G still trying to cause a little bit of mayhem in their last attempt to maybe redeem himself in this last game, get some extra prize pool coming their way. Mon still continuously trying to regroup, but the circle's going to be shifting. Where does it go? It goes straight to the northern side of the circle, and 7-18 still in the circle.
Oh my god.
This could be their game. This could be their 1 chance at glory.
Star Esports still alive in the northeast, but they have 7E with them along with Top G. The final player from VGS is hanging on by the skin of his teeth outside the circle behind 7E. One Piece, they're looking okay. They're on the west. They only have to really worry about Chaos. But this is a battle for first place, Max. You said it. $4,000 difference in the prize pool between first and second.
It's a pretty massive step up. You definitely want to make sure you hold on to it. Chaos under a barrage of nades and smokes, able to still hold on strong. But Malik, as you said, the solo standing player for VGS, has been impressing me today. I would have to say Malik, potentially even my MVP of the day, seeing how good his solo performances have been. It's not as clear-cut as yesterday was Marley, but it's definitely up there. Swap Morocco now still trying to ease their way forward further and further inside the circle, trying to avoid the fights as much as they can.
Oh no!
7E team getting pushed up by Top G. Top G cannot make it a top 3 anymore, but if they can ruin the chances of 7E team, they will definitely take it.
That's a great nade.
Law has no clue. He's spotted out. He's stunned with a
Oh,
great
no.
counter grenade. What just happened? I'm not so sure, but man, he just pushes it out.
What?
7E
The
team,
clutch?
the hope is still
Hulk?
alive. He also got the res onto Ghost. Hulk might just keep the hopes alive. The grenade is traded once again. What is going on, Imperium? Ghost and Hulk.
G. 7E. E comes before G in the alphabet, and E comes on top of G in the battle to keep 7E in the fight for the top 3 and secure their spot into the PMNC.
Don't forget, Leaders Esports, though, still alive in this game. There's still a slim amount of hope where they can maybe just barely slip their way into the top 3, but they're going to need to start stepping it up right now. They need to clear almost every single player left in this lobby if they want to make it over to PMNC. Ultimate outplayed.
No.
Ooh, good Rich to play with, but it's going to be tough to transition with Glock right behind them.
No team has a full squad left.
Yeah.
Ultimate Outplayed has 3 up. That's the highest amount at the moment.
It's up in the air as to who's going to secure this chicken dinner, but Red, the mad lad of the lobby today, he's just been doing absolutely anything he wants. Anything that comes to mind, he's going to pull it off. I think he's got spotted out. Gets up, runs over to the wall next to the Harry Potter tower, and actually makes inside, so someone is among us inside this building. Alaraf is going to have to share it up, apparently. With the circle, no one's in a circle, but 7E team are currently the closest. This could be massive for them. This could be their ticket over into PMNC.
Ultimate Outplayed will be the first to move into the edge of the circle, but by no means does that make them the controlling team. The swamp is outside. It's pushed up north. LS. A sliver of a chance? The most massive performance we could ask for. They're only on 3 eliminations, and there's a minimum amount of players left to take out, I might add. Only 13 players are left in this game. So I don't think they can get the job done, but again, ending on a high note is not a bad thing indeed.
At least iSport are eliminated, so you know what? It does give them a little bit more clearance for them to make it happen, but you still got one player of VGS, which is Malik, which is going to be a hard player to take down. You got a lot of other players, but Red pushes it out, gets Alaref, and also eliminates the team. That's some extra placement points. That's massive for Chaos to hold on to that first spot. It's now Ultimate outplayed. Players right down below. They still got 4 nades in hand for Snipe. Going to give them a good advantage point.
Oh, no.
Malik was... I think that was Malik for a second that it was spotted, but no, VGS, there you go. Malik has been spotted away. That's safe for VGS. They get eliminated. In that 4th position was only 1 elimination. I'm not too sure if it worked out. I don't know if it's enough. We'll have to see after the match, but it's down to the wire for these guys.
Star Esports got a decent amount of eliminations that could save their bacon when it comes to the top 3. 7E are still in. Sky goes down. 7E are coming in for the 3rd party, but Hulk is going to get eliminated. Just Ghost is left alive, Maxman. Will Ultima Outplayed rip the chances away from 7E?
Ultimate outplay. This is huge. 3 players, 7 elimination, potentially aiming for the double digits elimination count. That's definitely what they're going to aim for. Nothing lower than that. You want to potentially make it to PMNC. Mask spotted out. Ghost has been clutching it every single game today for his team. And might be the reason why 7E team makes into PMNC this year. This guy has been absolutely mental, but now he's going up against the strength of a 3-man team here of Ultimate Outplayed. 1v3, can Ghost make the dream happen?
I said you can't teach clutch, Max. You can't teach clutch. Ghost gained his team 3 extra points alone for that.
Ultimate Outplay going to be sending Snipe forward there. The nade is really being cooked up, and he knows he can push. He heard the nade being pinned out, and that is going to be it. Ultimate Outplay, the most important chicken dinner they could have asked for, get himself so many extra points. The question stands, Imperium. Can they make it in top 3 with a performance like that? I have no clue. It is so close with VGS Malik being able to make it so far. It's so many storylines, Imperium, but Ultimate Outplayed finally secured himself his final game. It is tremendous for them to make it up there.
And funny enough, out of all the teams in the lobby, out of the 9 teams that we had all win separate chicken dinners, Ultimate Outplayed were the only team to get 2 chicken dinners in the finals. So if there's anything tiebreaker-wise between them and third, just putting it out there.
True.
They will be ahead. I don't think it's enough. Because, again, because there were so many teams at the end that had 2 to 3 players left, we were minimal on the amount of eliminations able to be gathered. So I just don't think it's been enough for Ultimate Outplayed. But a way to give us a challenge, a way to give the teams a fight, and for them to say to us, hey, we may not have qualified, but we're far from done in the world of PUBG Mobile. Credit to you, Ultimate Outplayed. Hold your head high, guys.
Still going to be an increasing price pool if they do not make it to the top 3. It is just so damn close between all of these different competitors. Imperium, you know what? We got to head on over to a very short break, but after that, we're going to be seeing who are going to be our top 3 representatives here in the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals here for Africa, to see who will be making it to the next stage of their potential PUBG Mobile Pro career. We'll see you guys in a few short minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number 1, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
amazing way to end off the Snapdragon Pro Series here for Ultimate Outplayed, but Imperium, we already said it, it's for the top 3. That's the major focus of the storyline, and so many of the teams just aiming for that top 3 position, aiming for those spots into PMNC. Got some great performances, but you know, unfortunately, as you said, you got to have 3 winners, and the rest, unfortunately, will have to go home without anything to show for it. Man, 7E team put such a great, valiant effort into the very end, and I think might have just secured themselves a spot in top 3. I'm not sure, but maybe.
It's brutal. The world of PUBG Mobile Esports, and I suppose competitive gameplay in general is brutal, and it can be harsh, and it can be, you know, soul destroying in some way, especially when there's so few spots that are available at this kind of stage.
Yeah.
And that's why I kind of led into the mentality and the pressure, and being able to deal with that pressure, and whoever are the 3 teams who have made it in, again, I'll reiterate, they dealt with that pressure fantastically and secured their spots in a fantastic way. 7E put up a hell of a fight at the end. They were rotating extremely well on towards that western side. You saw the clutch from Hulk and the Ghost at the end, like so good. The question is, has it been enough?
That's the thing, we said this so many great individual moments from so many players in this tournament, right? And unfortunately, as things stand, we're going to have to say goodbye to quite a few incredible individual players, which I always hate those moments, but it is what it is, unfortunately, in the world of PUBG Mobile Esports, in the world of esports and sports as a whole. You're going to have some teams that are going to make it, and some teams that are going to have to, you know, go back to the drawing board and see if they can make it. I do believe we're just ready to almost check out the match rankings, see exactly how many points were taken home by some of these teams, which is going to be pretty important to see if they potentially can compete with those top 3 locations. I want to know right now almost who's going to be making over to PMNC, but we're going to check out the match rankings first, as I did say, to see exactly how many points were taken home. And that chicken dinner for Ultimate Outplay, 24 points. Now that I look at it like this, Imperium, I do believe that might just not... actually, it's not my... I think that is pretty much not enough for Ultimate Outplayed, but still a valiant effort.
By the way, just to let you know, these are not in the order, just to say, in terms of, you can see Star Esports, it finished 9th, but they picked up 8 total points because of the 7 eliminations. And what is important about that is because even though you see VGS in 4th, they only got 9 points, which means they were only 1 point extra of Star Esports in that game. So that's something to consider when we think about the top 3 when we find out. 7E team, 17 points. Was the mountain too hard to climb in the end? Possibly. Chaos still continuing to be consistent with 11 points. One Piece as well, you know, arguably their weakest Erangel game, but still 5 points. And to say, you know, your kind of weakest Erangel result is 5 points, that says a lot about how good One Piece has been throughout these 10 games.
The thing is, their weakest Erangel, quote unquote, is sometimes the best Erangel of some of the other teams at the bottom. So it just goes to show out how consistent this team has been. Them and Chaos as a whole has just been looking absolutely amazing throughout this event. Here we go, Imperium. It's time to check out the overall rankings to see who will be making into PMNC 2022 to potentially reach PMPL for 2023. And here we go. It's going to be Chaos, One Piece Esports, and Star Esport to make it into PMNC 2022. And man, 2 point difference for VGS. That must be rough.
It's rough, but let's be fair, they stuttered their way through, right? Bar the odd fantastic team performance, it didn't really look as cohesive, where Star Esports stepped up the game big time as a team. They looked like stars in a lot more games than VGS. However, the standout for me is Chaos and One Piece. The consistency between these two teams has been monumental. Chaos followed it up a bit more heavily when it came to eliminations, on the highest amount of 58, but One Piece, you can't deny how, you know, chugging along like a wonderfully, you know, working freight train into these lobbies game after game. They picked up points, they picked up points, they picked up double digits here, they picked up strong results there, and that really helped them to secure the top 3.
That's a weird train of words you just used there. I didn't think I would hear that sentence today, but I did. So that's a weird image I'll have in my head now, but thank you very much. But yeah, One PC Squad just been looking fantastic. I mean, we had the chance to talk a little bit to Alaraf, right, and they're just looking so good, so confident. And compared to a lot of other teams, I do think that One PC Sport hasn't had any individual player that really stepped as all this massive player like a Marley or Merlin or such and such, but I just feel like their team cohesion is a lot stronger than a lot of the other teams in this lobby, and that is so important. If you're able to just work so well as a 4-man squad, anything is possible, and reaching top 2 to make into PMNC, as we saw, was definitely possible for them. Super happy, but man, Star Esports, their final push, looking amazing. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Max?
No, I was saying, okay, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. But we're going to take a look at our top 3 teams right now to see exactly who has made it once again, to congratulate Chaos Esport, One PC Sport, and also Star Esport making it into PMNC. First off is going to be, of course, Chaos. They've just been looking absolutely amazing. Chaos with their roster of Red, White, Rage, Marley, and Jimmy OP as a sub. We did not see play, but also intrigued to see what he can potentially bring in the future. One PC Sport and Star Esport to follow suit in 2nd and 3rd place.
Then in 2nd place it was One Piece. They really played as One Piece. You have the roster of Alaraf. Noppi wasn't really playing all of the games. Iraqi, Tome, and Aegon. Tome was a big playmaker. Iraqi went out a few times early on today, but the rest of the team picked up the piece and they got themselves 2nd place in the standings.
For Star Esport, I think of the entire roster, congratulations to them. Carryboy, EBXP, Citizen, and Hat666. Hat666, we haven't had the opportunity to talk too much about him, but he had some really game-changing moments, I would say, throughout these matches today, especially the Erangels. He really stepped up to the plate. So, man, Star Esport, another team that, we're in the middle of the pack, but they struck hard when it truly mattered, which is this last game to get all the points that they needed to just barely push himself up in that top 3 to make it to PMNC 2022. So happy to see these teams. You know what? There's so much talent once again, but as we said, there's only going to be 3 teams to be able to make it. And I think these 3 teams are definitely deserving of the title of top 3 best teams in the Snapdragon Pro Series Africa region. But the thing is, you got so much more happening, and all of the other teams, as we said, that's 1 year, but until the next chance to potentially make it into PMNC and then potentially making it into PMPL. But I do hope that we'll see more of them in the near future.
And you kind of, you touched upon it a little bit, and you can even say this about the players and the teams who have qualified for PMNC. If you've been able to make a mark on other teams and other players watching, you could easily see yourself in PMPL next year under a different team, under a different roster. But as of right now, that is then, this is now, and right now we've seen the 3 teams who qualified for PMNC. And the next journey is going to be that PMNC, where they will have to face the next level to qualify for the PMPL next year.
You know what, Imperium, with that said, it is time to jump into a quick interview here with one of the players of Chaos. We have to have some clear, concise insight on what's been happening for Chaos on their side to be able to secure themselves that 1st place. And we're going to be joined by Red of Chaos. Red, thank you so much for joining me. First off, I want to see, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
I don't know, is that a yes? I don't think.
Can
you hear me?
Do you hear me?
You said hello? Oh, we can't hear him. Okay,
we can't hear him.
We cannot hear him. That's okay. We'll try and get that fixed. But Red, I do want to first off, congratulate you on securing that 1st place position here for your team, with your team, should I say, for the Snapdragon Pro Series. I believe the order is potentially fixed now. How do you feel after securing that 1st place and making it into PMNC?
We expected nothing less.
Still can't hear him.
We're going to learn sign language really quickly right now and just speed run it and see how it's going to work out.
Okay.
So we're going to get some translation.
Do you hear me now?
I think we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Can you repeat your answer? Sorry, it was having some tech issues there.
You know, we expected nothing less because we tried so hard for our goal. Our goal was not to win the PMCO. Our goal was to achieve the pro player role for PMPL. And we are still trying for it.
I like that. I like that. But one question that I have, Red, is how did it feel to finally get that chicken dinner in Sanhok today?
You know, I didn't expect that to be the winner, to be the win.
Yeah.
You know, we were just 2 players, and I thought that maybe the zone will shift to the north side, and oh my God, we will die. And I got surprised. We got the shift, and yeah, we used it well. We dominated our enemies, and now we got the win.
Okay, I mean, it seemed like you guys were able to make it out of boot camp, and that was the most important part of that game. But, you know, for the first time potentially seeing you guys on stream, I would love to know, can you potentially give us some insight on how you and your team work, like the roles of all the team, your teammates, and just how you work in these games?
You know, we've been training for like 3 or 4 months. We played like 3 scrims in a day, every week, every day of the week. You know, we were always watching the streams like PMGC, PMPL, and we followed all the pro players, and they were our idol. And yeah, we learned from them, we practiced their strategies. Yeah, so we used them, and now we are here.
And what are the roles specifically of the players in the team? Like, who's the IGL? Who's the kind of main fraggers? We had an idea that yesterday Marley was one of the main fraggers, but we also noticed that yourself, White, and Rage all stepped up today. We want to know, what are the roles of the players?
We play 2x2, 2 supporters and 2 fraggers. Me and Marley play as fraggers. I am IGL.
And who's the IGL?
And White and Rage are support. I am the IGL.
Okay, you're the IGL. IGL as fragger is kind of unique, am I right, Max? Normally the IGL is a support player, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? A fragging IGL.
It's a hard role, you know. After every night.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I mean, seeing the plays you guys did, I can understand why you would have a headache.
You see the tiredness on my face.
I was gonna point it out, but you pointed it out. I didn't say nothing. Okay, but you look great. Don't worry about it, Red. You look like the face of you have the face of a champion right now. That's what I can tell you.
Definitely.
But now I do appreciate you for taking the time on this interview. But I want to give you an opportunity to to talk to your fans, Red, and the fans of Chaos as a whole that have been supporting you in PMNC. The floor is yours. What would you like to say to your fans?
I appreciate the support of all of our fans and our family, and especially our friends, the people of our country. And I hope we do better in next stages. It was an honor to be here.
Hey, fantastic. You guys making it to PMNC. Actually, I'll one last question. Next goal is going to be PMNC. What is the end goal for you making it to PMPL? Like, where do you want to go to?
PMNC is not our goal again. It's just a route to PMPL. So,
it's a step in the process.
We want, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, once again, Red, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. Once again, also congratulations for taking that first place, and I can't wait to cover what you're going to be able to achieve in PMNC. Yeah, thanks so much. It's been an honor to have you on the show, man. See you next time.
Goodbye.
There you have it. Thanks so much once again to Red for joining us for this quick interview. It's good to have some insight, but he looks a little bit tired. So go rest, champion. It's definitely well deserved. But what an amazing first 2 days here of the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's only the first 2 days. We still got Europe, still got MENA region after that, still got so much more action coming up, and these first 3 teams have got me hyped up for what's to come.
Yeah, very excited to move forward, and having the 3 teams from the Africa region move on to the PMNC. It's been a tough journey for all of them, and yeah, you could see, you know, he said it himself, we saw it, we kind of saw it as well. He looks tired, but that's, you know, you got to push yourself to the limits at this stage, at every stage, at the next stage. He wants to make it to the PMPL, and I've no doubt that Chaos have what it takes to make it to the PMPL. I'll be so excited to see where their journey takes them, along with the 2 other teams, of course, that made it in to the PMNC.
As always, going to be great to see. You can't wait to see how the PMNC is going to be unfolding for those 3 teams that have qualified just today. But that's going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen, for the Africa region. Thank you so much for joining us on these last 2 days of play. We've got 4 other days that are going to be coming up. And also, thank you so much to our partners here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Also going to have DHL and also Monster for supporting us and allowing these tournaments to happen in the first place. My name is Maxman, join with Imperium, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more Snapdragon Pro Series action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.